Is it this one? I think this is the right one. Am I audible? Maybe. I don't know. Someone let me know. Someone let me know. If anybody is in the audience who can tell me. Or I will check on myself in a moment. Whatever, I'll just check myself, let's see. Wow. Audible? Audible? Yes, here we go. Hello and welcome to the DOOMBRINGER Dig Cup, number 12. This Dig Cup, not quite like all the others. Fuck. There is... Oh, and I haven't replaced this. I'm not prepared at all, I've been out most of today. There is a prize pool today. All in 175 euros. But if you type !donate, you can donate to that. And you can increase it, you can make the stakes higher. We've got 5 great competitors today. One of them, actually, I've never heard of before. Idiot Dog. But I know some people that know Idiot Dog. So, my hope is that we get a good performance out of them today. But everyone else played their fair amount of Doombringer before. Of course, Celt's extremely dominant in this game. When he shows up, he can do a lot. And he's one of the only people to have taken multiple maps off of Zorak War. So lots of good games out of Celt tonight. Point Man, someone from Russia. He's also played quite well in a lot of tournaments. Places quite highly. Prodigy from Germany. I mean, if you watch this game, you know the rest of these people. They've been here a good amount. They've been around the block, so to speak. But we are going to have these first 2 matches. Prodigy versus Christus and Reki versus Idiot Dog. And I'm quite interested in watching Reki versus Idiot Dog. Because I don't know this player. So it'll be interesting to see. !bracket will show you the bracket. !donate will show you the donation link. And what else? !dig cup, you can get the socials for the Dig Cup, the YouTube. I think it's just the YouTube at the moment. There's a TikTok, but I haven't done much with it. But yeah, a bunch of chat commands that you can use. But I'm hoping we can get into it quite quickly. Let's see where all the people are. Might be this one. Hello, gamer. Right. I don't know what this map pool is. Duel 4 aggro. What's the profile picture? Oh, it doesn't show me. I don't know which country that is. Okay. Oh shit, let me put it on the game. It's no 3, maybe? Is the game visible? Or completely black? It's visible. Okay. Aggressor being in a map pool. Uncommon. Just play whatever, lol. Uh-oh. Okay, so, I mean, I think every map in the pool is fast. I think the only slow one is Ben's. everything else is quite quick. So, first game on Duel 4. Very, very Doombringer map. Very reminiscent of something like Vertical Vengeance from Quake 3. And you will see that in how difficult this game can be on this map, out of control. 2 yellows and a Mega. There's no other health pickups, defense pickups, whatever. And the railgun is just going to be so strong on this map, the number of fights you can take out of danger. And it's going to be Makoto losing out on the spawn here. Reki with the much better stack. Gets both yellows. Or doesn't get both yellows, but gets Mega and a yellow, which is quite a big advantage. Mega taking as long to spawn as it does on this map. But they're both just going to take it slow here. They don't want to fight. They don't want to mess up too early. Reki, of course, with the superior stack. But I like this play from Makoto. Not as familiar with this map, perhaps. I've not seen them playing much. And just kind of wants to not commit too hard. Does go in quite far there. And gets pinned with the LG. And that's going to be the first frag going to Reki. And he sees Makoto again. Wants to hit the damage, but without the stag, can't really do that much. He's going to go for the yellow. And he does get it, but not without taking the super shotgun there. Not much damage, but it's going to take a little bit off. He does clean up with the super shotgun. Now on the hunt for another frag. Has his rail out, just wants to sit in those high positions, see where he can find shots, see where he can hit those rails, keep Makoto nice and squishy. But Mega does go to Makoto, who is going to be having that taken away from him with the railgun, but better than dying. And now he goes in quite aggressively with the LG, hits them direct there. He does take a rail back, they're both equally as weak, but Reki in the better position, spamming into where he might stand, and has access to the 250 bubbles now. Could have gone well for Makoto, but just that little misstep there. Didn't quite know what Reki was doing, trying to catch him out. They both get a yellow each. So now similarly stacked, but Reki with the better weapons. And Makoto does not want to be hit with a rocket on the low ground here. Reki doesn't want to give this position up. Knows Mega is in 20 seconds. Does hit a nice rail, but runs out of ammo. And that's going to be Makoto cleaning up with the Gotlung. And that's going to be his first frag. It's 75 seconds. He doesn't know. He's using the old time. Mega's going to be up. We'll see which one of them notices. Reki's going to get it. And he's also got both of the other armors on this map, so stacked quite finely. Yeah. This is going to be difficult for Makoto. Just going to try and stay around the top. Drops down. And now Reki has the rail. Perhaps the one advantage that Makoto had. He does get a yellow. Goes for the rail, but can't quite make it connect. And Reki now going to get the lower yellow. Surprise attack from Makoto. He does get some damage, but Reki hits him back. Now on the back foot. He gets out. Really does not want to bump into Reki here. Could have dropped down for the 50s there, but perhaps didn't want to put himself in a lower position. And he's going to go back out to the outer rungs of the map, and he's going to get caught with that LG. And Reki denying the rail here. Hasn't played in a cup in a while, but knows what he's doing still. And he's just going to hit some clean rails, hit some rocket splash. What an opportunity. And Makoto using the Gotlung just wants to keep him at bay. And this is going quite well for Reki. Nabs himself the Mega. And in a situation like this, it's so difficult to claw it back. Makoto now has to survive until the next round of armors spawn. And also will inherently just have a disadvantage in fights because of Reki's stack. But going in with the Gotlung is going to get him a bit lower. Reki cleans that up with the LG. Now on his way to the lower yellow. It's not looking good for Makoto right now. But let's see what Makoto can do. Does not want to be caught out here. But playing quite aggressively, actually. Pokes for some LG, but doesn't get a whole lot out of it. Reki is trying to lock down the railgun, and he's going to take the telly, drop down, and get the frag. All very basic dual force stuff here. Hello, Celts. And nothing that Reki is doing here is especially crazy. But he knows the map and he's playing it quite well. Just denying all the things that he should deny. Taking advantage of the things that Makoto doesn't know. And he really does love locking down that central area. Hits the damage. Just wants to stop him from getting in. And Makoto's going to blow himself up. Bad spawn there. And now Reki's just juggling him around. Gets himself the yellow. And yeah, just nice and clean. Doesn't even take any damage in these fights. Reki just goes to his position, just hits those shots. The long-range super shotgun isn't going to accomplish much. Mega is up in a moment. Reki's in position for it. But drops down. I don't think he knows it's up, but he may have heard it spawn. This is Makoto's chance. If he can get himself the Mega. But I don't think he sees it. And it's only a matter of time now before Reki notices. He's going round. Makoto securing himself a yellow, but the rail there is going to make it much worse for him. He does get a second yellow. Gets chased here, and he doesn't really have the weapons to fight back. The super shotgun, of course, he can stave off some aggression with that. If someone gets really up in your face, you can hit 150 damage, however much it is. But if someone's shooting you already, there's only so much good that will do. Just can't find any of the weapons. Doesn't do the voltage jump for the rail. And now Reki locking him into this fight. Oh, the grenade, the egg, the pineapple, whatever you want to say, catches Reki out there. Reki does clean that frag up. He's in quite a nice position. Failed push there. Very aggressive with no stack. But it's towards the end of the game, and this is a map that is so hard to make a comeback on. He does manage to swipe that yellow under Reki's nose, and Reki, missing that rail, gets hit with the Gotlong, and that's going to be the death of him. He does get the Mega, closes the door, runs away, and now Makoto not in a good position to chase. Just hiding on the LG. And yeah, this is becoming more and more impossible the more that Reki runs away. You can't make back that many frags on this map. Regardless of how fast things go. Regardless of how strong the flipping control is. It's just not something that's going to happen. Because the amount of time it takes to get into that position is just agonizing. And Reki's just going to get a few more frags to his name.
1 minute remaining.
Just chilling, just cruising. Takes the super shotgun from behind, but it's really not going to do that much. And Makoto will be thinking of game 2, which is Aggressor, which is another slightly awkward, aggressive map here that is difficult to come back on for the opposite reason, that it's so small and it's so tight that it really is impossible to go anywhere that your opponent can't rotate it onto. Of course, this map's small as well, but its main draw just being how many things you can see from one position. But it's going to be a very different kind of play. Maybe something that plays more to Makoto's advantage. We will see. And I just realized I've been using my normal head instead of my Dig Cup head. Let's change that. Is it just... Oh yeah.
A vote has been called.
So, that's right. There we go.
Vote passed.
Look at how much nicer that is. For spectating. Oh my god.
Prepare to fight.
Hello, loud throats and not effective. We'll be getting into the second map. I'm gonna get my eyes on Makoto.
2, 1, fight.
Spawns with the rockets. And in position for the red. Doesn't go for it. Goes for the aggressive push. Not gonna pay out well though. Missing the rocket, and that's gonna be a very bad consequence for Makoto. And now Reki securing himself the ability to run wild for the next minute or two. Gets himself the Mega. Still no rockets, but doesn't need it right now. It's just gonna laser Makoto with the LG. And it's not going well already. 4 frags up in only 30 seconds. Not uncommon for Aggressor though. Makoto is in position for the red, but doesn't want to grab it while he's fighting. Doesn't want to put himself in that awkward cornered position. And again, this is a map that Reki knows how to play. Oh, the telefrag. Just, you know, staying in that lower middle position. Just orbiting around it. Patrolling for frags. Trying to keep track of your opponent and not overextend too hard for it. Just waiting until he's in position. Just having access to so much in this room. And this is a bit of a bloodbath. Makoto does hit a direct, which is going to put a little chip into Reki's armor. Needs to try and slow down the game here. Doesn't want to be caught out. And that rocket's not going to help. Really wants to make something happen. A 15 frag lead in 2 minutes on this map. That's kind of uncommon, even for how fast this map is. And Makoto, I don't know if he's taken any armors yet. He's taken 1 yellow. Does hit the super shotgun. But just overextending too hard for it. Makoto's biggest... Oh, the double direct. And yeah, Makoto can't even exist long enough to get a shot out. Does get poked with the LG. On the lower ground. I don't think either of them know that they're at the same height level. And Makoto now going to be playing a bit more sneaky. Jumps in aggressively there though, goes for the rockets, hits a lot of damage, makes a lot of noise. He is going to die there, but getting Reki for the first time perhaps since the start of the match, down to 100 health. Hosing him down with the LG. He's going to get pushed through the teleporter, and suddenly Reki, now with much of a stack, can't get the Mega, drops down. Fails the rocket jump, he does get the red. Makoto doesn't get the Mega, but still limited health for Reki is only going to go so far. He does get himself back in position for the Mega. And Makoto taking a rail there. Doesn't take the second one though. Very low health, doesn't want to fight. But I don't think he knows where the health is on this map. And he's going to get caught out again. And this is not looking good for Makoto. Reki trapping this yellow, but Makoto goes through the teleporter. Doesn't have the stack for a super shotgun shot. And yeah, this is very much like Aggressor is one of those maps that just is so weird that I mean you can tell how to play it, but it's a thing that you won't be as practiced on if you don't play this game because it's just so small. And you know you don't. I think because of the way that the layout functions, you don't necessarily know where you're going when you go to a doorway. It's kind of labyrinthine a little bit. It takes some getting used to. So part of that learning process is just, you know, really sitting down and focusing on, you know, what connects to what? What can I do from this position? Makoto hitting some spot on Reki, but not enough for a frag. Reki doesn't even want the fight, he just wants the Mega. Does get the rail though, that's gonna kill. Any fossil maps? Yes, Returner is in the pool. Steph, also hello. I did make a command for the map pool. You can do !map pool and it will show you. But I don't know if you'll know the maps in this game by name. Nice rail from Makoto there, but it's not going to go very far. Just caught out in a bad position. And yeah, 34-0. I mean, there's been some crazy maps that have, you know, swung back. But 5 minutes in, and you have no frags, and then you're losing this badly. It can start to get a bit difficult to remain excited. But those super shotguns are definitely going to help. Because hitting some damage on Reki, doesn't see where he is. But Reki now only 100 health, no armor, does secure himself the yellow. That's going to be all. And again, taking the rocket splash. Red is up, and Reki's going to want to drop for it. But he doesn't know the timing. It's been a while since Reki has competed actually, so it's nice to see him back. And to see him doing well, especially. Oh, going for the punch. They're both going for it. Ha! And Makoto's gonna pick up his first frag. Misses the yellow, or not the yellow, the red. And Makoto with no health gets down by the super shotgun. They're both gonna trade shots. It might be Makoto getting the frag here. Reki is going for the melee, but it's something. And it's perhaps going to make Makoto feel better about his chances in the losers bracket if he can secure himself these frags. If he can go away from the game and say, like, look, I did lose and it was a snowball, but I wasn't completely locked out of the game. I was still able to kind of, you know, figure out what I'm doing, get a few shots in, get a few good kills in, get some items. But not having secured himself any majors yet. Very rough. Yeah, Kev Nature. So it's, the way, it's basically VQ3, but you gain speed much faster. And there's some other stuff, there's like ramp jumps and stuff in this game as well. So it's kind of, the way I would explain it is that it's like if Quake 3 felt like Quake World, basically. It's very similar knockback and stuff and, you know, the ramp jumps. But the actual inputs of the movement itself, mechanically, are VQ3. There's going to be another frag for Makoto. Doesn't even take the red. Probably would have died there given that Reki was in the room. Oh, I'm hosing him down. He's not taking the red. Why is he not doing that? Bro. Take the red. It won't hurt you, I promise. Yeah, the super shotgun, very good for closing out kills. Of course, if you miss the shot, you're punished really hard, but it's a lot of damage. And most maps have the super shotgun. The only ones, I think, that get played frequently that don't have the super shotgun are Duel 2, which is Toxicity, and Returner, which is a new map that I made. Are they playing on an EU server? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, it's London. Going for the punches. It's good to see, actually, Makoto, you know, joining in when Reki tries to punch him. You know, good sign that he's not really tilted. He can kind of joke around a bit. But yeah, that's going to be a very convincing win to Reki. GG's to both. What's his bind? I don't remember. There's the bracket. There we go. Let's update this. Oh. Where he got to it before me. So Prodigy and Christus are playing at the moment. Let's pull up the server list. Where are Christus and what's his name? Prodigy. Is Prodigy... No! Not sure if Prodigy's asleep. Fuck, no. I might have to do some adminning. That may be Prodigy taken out of the running, if he's just not here. But, let's see what Christus says. But I may have to disqualify him, which would be unfortunate. I like watching Prodigy play, and he's one of the only people who kind of knows Returner. So we could have got some good games on that, but in the future, that is assuming that he's not here, of course. Only pinged him once, but he's online but away. Let's see. If he doesn't say anything, someone is offering to sub in. I'm kind of tempted to say yes, but also they didn't sign up at the start, which is a bit iffy. But I might say yes just to keep the bracket okay and not fuck things up for the near future. Ah, not effective. You are now. Okay. Yeah, if I don't think there's any sign of Prodigy. So let me mess with this. I think people are okay with it. Yeah. Midnight Gun's Doombringer Takeover. Oh, that's where these people are from. That makes sense. Okay. I wouldn't normally do this, and I'm doing it as a one-off just because Prodigy is not here, but yeah, I will put you in. What's your challenge username, Mel? Or do you have an email I can put in there? Because if I'm gonna substitute port, I have to have an email on the thing, I think. Or let me try without. Okay, no, it did work. Okay. Alright, you are in. Let me see if I can find the next game. What I will do is I'll have you guys play your game. And then I'll just, yeah, I'll cast yours. Point man and be Reki to wait for a bit. Probably, unless you don't mind not being shown on stream. I didn't, if you're still here, Reki. I leave that to your discretion, whether you want to just play your game v Point Man now, or wait for the stream. But let me know. This Coke is so flat, and there's very little alcohol in it. Oh, what? Oh, what the fuck? Okay, Prodigy's here. Where was he? What? Okay, what do we do about this? Thought it would start in 30 minutes. Been an hour. I mean, it's been an hour since I started the stream, I guess. Let him play. Okay. Why is it... Let me just get rid of the invitation thing. Fuck. Participant. That was a bit messy. Yeah, whatever. I won't even have his email on it. I'll just... Okay. Well, I mean... Sorry, Makoto. Well, you still have time. I think the bracket... You don't have that losers match yet, so you could play... You could just play that match now while you wait if you want. If you're not bothered to watch this one. Right. Let's look at Doombringer again. Justice. So if not Prodigy, if Reki and Pointman are mid game, then I will maybe cast that. See what they say. No Duel 2. Which surprises me, to be honest. I'm always quite surprised when people choose not to play Toxicity. Because it's a very well-rounded map compared to a lot of the maps in this game. You know, it's Toxicity from Quake. So, no Returner. So we won't see the new map this set. No GT4. I don't remember the pool for this. Duel 3 Aggressive Bends. So, 2 fast maps followed by a slow one. To be fair, Duel 3 you can play slowly. There's ways to do it. But more often than not, you just get a lot of different exchanges, and a lot of them end in frags. So, likely that we'll see a fast game here. And as well, I think just Reki and Pointman both being quite aggressive players. What are their pings? Oh, 90 each.
3,
very good.
2, 1, fight!
So Pointman with the lower yellow spawn doesn't go for the upper yellow, just wants to hit some damage on this red. And he is going to get some, but getting finished with the super shotgun. And now the upper yellow also up. Pointman does get the mega. Does not have any weapons to his name. And Reki grabbing himself the rail, now is ready to play the long game, just hit those rail shots. Pointman going in though, falls to the wall, secures himself the red and gets the frag. And now it's even. Reki in the bad position here. Has no weapons. Does collect himself rockets and LG. And a yellow. And finishes off Pointman, who has no health at all from that exchange. Catches him out on the rail as well and secures himself mega. And it's been a bit of a temperamental start this game, but Reki now in a much more convincing position. Stronger lead, doesn't have the rail to hit that damage over long range, but does deny the LG. And Pointman doesn't really have much that he can do, he just tries to get away, won't work. And Reki denying the lower yellow, which is the easiest, the safest one to get if you're out of control, really. So Pointman here is going to struggle a bit. Is hitting the super shotgun shots. He does get some decent damage onto Reki, but with the red so close to spawning, it's not going to matter much. And he will get himself the mega as well. Very clean, but nice rocket from Pointman here. possibly prevented him from dying, but it's not going to do him too much good for too long. Pointman really just wants to slow this down, wants to get some damage in without committing too hard, wants to get some items to build on his stack. But it's going to be very difficult when Reki is able to take everything. And Pointman kind of trapped in this position. He does secure himself the Mega, which is going to be quite good for him. But it's not going to matter much if he dies here. He does hit some decent damage. Immediately grabs the Super Shotgun and wants to go for the shot, but just can't get it off. And now he's too far away for anything to happen. Getting chased down by Reki. Reki runs out of Rail Slugs. Not going to be good for him. And Pointman is in position to deny the slugs. But Reki just waiting, trapping him there. Oh, some nice Super Shotgun damage. And just barely, Pointman's going to get that fight. Secure himself the red. Secure himself the lower yellow. And now Pointman doesn't quite have the health. But once he gets that, he's kind of in control. Reki does get the Mega here. And Pointman doesn't want to fight. Especially not if Reki is going to open with that rail. And just in the fight for too long there. And couldn't play it safely, didn't have the rail. You know, when you think about the way that you take fights in this game, a lot of people like to play quite risky. And these two are obviously people who do it that way. Who want to go for all these aggressive fights, just leave it as little room for their opponents as possible. But the more that you go for that, especially when you're low, and especially if you go for it in positions that are difficult to escape from, it just snowballs. And if you're in that mindset where you're just like, I need to give them as little space as possible, and you're losing, you basically are just throwing yourself at your opponent. And some nice rails from Reki. What's his rail percentage? 55. Okay, not too bad. And hitting some on this red spawn, and there's not much Pointman can do. They both get each other with the rocket, but Reki with the superior one and finishes him off with the LG. Gets himself the Mega. Pointman really can't find himself anything here. He's struggling quite bad. But his saving grace will come in that Reki does not have the rail ammo. He does land a Super Shotgun shot on him, but barely he manages to escape. Taking another rail here, gets himself the red. So not going to be entirely hopeless. And he wants to get himself more. Knows that upper yellow is up. And he's just going to go for it. He's not even going to try and fight. Denies the Mega, and now Pointman in a nice position to contest this red. Reki's just going to go for it, stand in the position, and now Pointman has no weapons! Can't do anything! The importance of the ammo management in Doombringer. You know, being put in a situation like that. You expend it so quickly, and have no way to close that out, and Reki capitalizing on that. Gets himself for free yellow. Gets the Super Shotgun shot in. And he has the better armor, but less stack. Does get himself the 50. And the yellow. Pointman taking the Mega. Oh, that opening Super Shotgun is going to be so bad for Pointman. On 38 health. Really, really does not want to fight at all here. There's a lot of health on the map, but Reki is going to be in the position to deny a huge amount of it. But Pointman being able to last slightly longer, just trapped in this lower half of the map, has to go around to the outside, and he will finally find himself some health. Now Reki's going to know where he is. He doesn't have much LG. And Pointman now, realizing how things have been going, wants to slow the game down, doesn't notice the red spawning, and that is going to be Reki getting it. He's got his eyes on the Mega instead. And the main thing here that is ruining his defense is his lack of ammo and his lack of weapons. Doesn't have the rail, so he can't get these long-range shots that Reki is getting in. He can't retaliate on that. and he doesn't have much LG to work with, so he can use it, but he has to be sparing with it. Same goes for the rockets. Reki failing the jump up to the yellow there, but getting the float on Point Man secures himself the red here. Spawning in an awkward position. And now, on a sliver of health, just not going to be able to keep himself out of harm's way. Reki misses the jump, shakes his head, and the Mega goes to Point Man, who also gets himself a green. Oh fuck, it's the LG bug, I hate this. Christus, I need you to fix this bug. Christ, that is loud. But Reki's so low right now. And Point Man's gonna push in, has the stack to win this fight. He's so low, and finally, Point Man is going to get the frag onto Reki. This is a rough scoreline for him, so he's just gonna have to go as quickly as possible. And he loses so much health in that fight there. It's really not going to help much. 13 frags in 2 minutes. Doable. Rare. That's how I would put it. You know, if someone is adequately playing their defense, they're going to be able to waste so much time. And that may have sealed the deal there, but we'll see how things go. But the more that you are able to defend in a position like this, the harder it becomes. And being so far in the lead, if you do start losing your fights, it's really easy just to slam the brakes and not think about it. Just be like, okay, I have enough here to get by. I'm just going to slow down as much as possible. And Point Man with the fun gun, the normal shotgun. Is going to do him some good, but his stack is just so low. That is going to be round 1 to Reki.
1 minute remaining.
Which means that we're going to get another game on Aggressor, which I don't know if Point Man has played too much of, but we'll see. But he is going to be able to get himself a few kills. So, perhaps walking away with the feeling that he's not hopeless. Perhaps this is just a bad map. And he's going to want to keep it that way. Putting his mind forward to the next game. He is going to get a few frags in, which is going to do him some good. Not going to be as catastrophic of a loss. And round 1 will go to Reki.
A vote has been called. Vote passed.
So see how things go on Aggressor. As I say, it's a difficult map to get back in on. And it is very strange. But could be that Point Man tweaks quite quickly, or just if he gets the first frag, he might just be able to carry that quite far.
2, 1, fight!
But both getting similar spawns, bumping into each other, and Point Man's just going to get out. And it's going to be really bad for him here, not in a position to contest the Mega. Does get himself the rail, he's going to hit the rail shot onto the Mega. But Reki, with the superior stack on this map. And Point Man's not even going to try. He's just going to wait. Does drop in for the red, but not in time. And now Reki with the first frag. Point Man knows he doesn't want to give Reki too much. Knows that he has to be as careful as possible. But with the bad spawn there, it's not going to help him much. Does hit the rail, steals the Mega, and Reki out of ammo, and that's going to be the death of him. Dropping for the red, but he doesn't get it. And Point Man now is in control. But not by much. That is not going to do him much good, that rail. Getting pushed into from behind, gets hit with the rail. And Reki, not even chasing, just reroutes to the center. Knows that no matter where Point Man goes, he is going to end up back there at some point in his rotation. He guards himself the Mega and gets it. And the Super Shotgun fight is going to come out. They're both going to be weak, and Reki missing that jump. Does the rocket jump from the Mega, but doesn't get much benefit from it. He is just about stacked better than Point Man. But if Point Man gets himself some armors, not going to look as good for Reki. Reki does secure himself the red. Gets him in the toes with the Super Shotgun. And Point Man again going to hit the Super Shotgun, but it's just not enough. Reki's in position to go this red, but isn't going to go for it. He's just going to go for the chase. Puts himself back in the position. And now Reki cleaning up here, speeding up a bit. Doesn't even go for the yellow. Knows that it's a waste of time when he could just be slamming Point Man with damage. But perhaps not going to pay out as well as he thought. Reki now is going to be very low. Gets pushed out of the red spawn. Has 13 health, but is able to get back in. Able to clean up that frag. And just such a shame here that Point Man isn't able to capitalize on all this damage that he deals. Because if he did, he'd certainly be in a good position. Lots of rails coming out from Reki's end. Just knowing how to time those entrances into the middle area. Knowing that he can sit in these positions and wait. And Point Man, once again, is struggling. But only 3 minutes into the match. This would be a bad time to say that he's going to lose. Because of something like that. He cleans up the frag. Red is up soon and he's in position for it. Reki does down him with the Super Shotgun. And all of these fights really are just one shot long. And finally, Point Man gets himself the red armor. Still doesn't want to fight. Gets hit in the legs with the Super Shotgun there. But he does get himself the yellow. And no matter where he goes, he's just taking all these shots. Reki, for every piece of armor he gets, for every mega he gets, just is there to respond with the Super Shotgun, with the railgun. Just to, you know, chip that out of him. Doesn't matter where he goes, doesn't matter what he does. And it's really going to get in the way for Point Man. He needs to secure himself the rail, needs to be able to hit this damage back. Now getting Reki very low. This fight is potentially very bad for Reki, and he does go down, but not without hitting a bunch of damage on Point Man. Red armor is about to be up. And it's Point Man who's in position for it. Does finish off Reki, doesn't have any other weapons, secures himself the LG, but doesn't have the rockets, can't do that choke spam. This, of course, being the only map that doesn't have a grenade launcher on it in the pool. So he's only going to be able to use the rockets and the Gotload to deny those chokes. Catching Reki in the middle of the air, and this is looking much better than Duel 3 for him. He's making his comeback. Listening for those spawns in the center of the map. Denying those pickups. Gets himself the Mega. Gets himself red. Much better performance this time. The 2 point-blank directs. He's just stood on Mega. Waiting for it to spawn. And perhaps a mistake there. He gets floated to the skybox. Or to the ceiling, anyways. And Reki messing up that jump, but does hit so much LG on Point Man. It's not going to matter too much. Secures himself the Mega and the Red, both up at the same time. And now this is good for Reki again. Especially when Point Man's not even facing him and he can shoot him to his heart's content. He will break 20 frags. A good little stretch there for Point Man, making back those frags. And proof that he can make it happen. But we are now into the latter half of the game. So if he's going to win, he's got to capitalize on this soon. He's got to make something that he can capitalize on even. Which he does secure himself the Mega. Gets the Super Shotgun in. Has the rockets. Oh, but just doesn't live through that fight. Rushing towards the yellow, but he doesn't have the weapons to support grabbing it. And he's going to get picked off with the LG. And Reki now can be super aggressive. Knows that nothing is up. Point Man is going to get the green. It's not going to be much, but it's going to be something, and he's going to get Reki low. Red is up, and Reki's going to go for it, but he's not going to have the stack. And now Point Man out of position to punish him for getting the red. And it could have been good here, but that might be a big misstep. Now Reki running away, gets himself weapons, gets himself stack. They're at an even position here, which is not what you want to see when you're at this big of a disadvantage, when you have to make back 15 frags in 2 minutes. Point Man is just going to have to slam his foot on the go pedal. And he's not playing aggressively enough here. Doesn't want to go for the fight, doesn't want to take the damage, and being discerning about that is good, but he just does not have the time. He's going to try and hide, try and get the trap, and he does hit the shot, but it's just not enough. And now Reki looking to extend his lead, and Point Man has no choice but to push, really. Reki's going to catch him out. Point Man just can't seem to get anything. Potentially, he's going to be put off of Aggressor from this map. Just that it's so obtuse. I often find that when this map is in a pool, if I am playing against someone who I think I have equal chances against, this is going to be a map that gets banned, because it can be such a major upset. It can be such a big expected loss to where if someone is equal skill to you, but better at this map, they can just completely annihilate you. And that 20 frag lead says a lot. 30 seconds remaining. Just Reki knowing that bit more about Aggressor is going to be so much more able to play this map. But Point Man is going to get one final frag. I'm assuming final because... oh, maybe not. Maybe this is the last one. No, then the one before, I suppose. Does hit the direct. And that's going to be a 2-1 win for Reki, but not from a lack of trying from Point Man. Oh wait, unbind that. Right. Prodigy and Christus still playing. Yes, they are, and they're on Duel 3. And Prodigy is winning here. Just over the halfway mark now. I don't know which map in the set this is, obviously. a clean rocket from Prodigy. I'm very glad Prodigy actually is here. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It's so disorienting to join in the middle of a match. Like, I feel like I can't figure out what I'm meant to say. They're on the weird map again. There's 2 weird maps in this pool. So... Actually, I suppose Return is a weird map because it's new. So there's 3 weird maps in this pool. Reki, Mega takes 75 seconds to respawn. It's gonna be Christus getting it. And he's actually, even though he died there, he's gonna get a lot done. Getting, Prodigy quite low. He's gonna be able to clean up that frag with a rail. And Christus having the advantage of having that rail in his possession, he is going to be able to make a lot happen if he can hit his shots. But backing out is going to be killed. One story is I actually had to change the netcode to show the proper spawn time way back since it assumed normal times for the warm-up hints. Oh, I see. Does it... Wait, so does it still say 2 minutes? When you hover over it in pregame, or how does that work? It says 75 in warm-up. Okay. Yeah, I did think it was 75. Prodigy hitting those rails. Bad spawn from Christus there, and he's going to get the Mega. Prodigy. I'm just dumb. Okay, noted. Oh my god, that rail, not even a single pixel of Christus was on the screen when that landed. And yeah, when someone has a stack this big against you on Duel 4, really there isn't that much that you can do. You can try and play it safe, you can try and hit those rails, but, you know, the fact that it's so easy to get around on this map, the fact that you have so much sight, you are only going to get so far with that. If your opponent has 200, you can only run so far. There is rough.
1 minute remaining.
And Christus will be calling GG. Let's not do the bind by accident again. Let's switch. Okay, yeah. Prodigy won 2 maps against Christus. So, Pointman v Christus and Celts v Prodigy. Bring up the thing, the bracket. Was it this one? Yes! I'm learning! What do we think, guys? What sounds better to watch? You tell me. Thank you, Steph. I try my best. I try to cast well. What do you mean? I subbed you out because the thing was closed. So I couldn't add you in because that would have fucked up the seating. So Prodigy was back, so I subbed you out. Sorry, I should have said that. Or what are you confused about? Is something up with the display or something? What I just said. Oh, who plays next? So Kelsey Prodigy and Point Man v Christus. I don't know which one to watch. What do we think? Who's in a server? Prodigy and Kelso in this server. Are they playing? If they're playing, then I will watch. Kelsby Prodigy is a potential finals, yes. So yeah, I'll cast. I will cast Point Man v Christus because that will only be one map, and then I will go back to the server and I will cast Celta v Prodigy. Let's see if Christus said anything. He has not. He might be away from the keyboard at the moment. There's been a lot of 2-0s this cup, which is kind of to be expected. When you have a wide range of people playing. But hopefully as this progresses we will see a bit more steep competition. We'll see some of the people who maybe lost some of their previous games twigging what has happened and being able to get back into their sets and be able to win those games. You know, clean up their act on maps that they maybe have not played in a while. You know, Aggressor, D4 in particular, going to be maps that for some people are quite unpopular, and those are going to be ones that are a bit less rehearsed. Where is Christus? What's he doing? I don't know. I don't know. Let's switch this back over to the face cam while we wait. Hello. Pouring a whiskey, I'd bet. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That sounds like him. I have my drink. He's in the server. No D2. Everyone's banning D2 today, which is interesting. Perhaps because there's all these other maps in the pool, they don't really feel like playing it. Being that it is obviously as prevalent as it is, it's widely considered one of the better maps. So you do see it a lot. And people know it from other games, which makes it easier. Are we still waiting on Christus' pick? Yo. Oh, there he is. There he is. Wow, Point Man. Oh, no, that was Point Man sending the wave emoji. Okay, never mind. Nodule 2, Nodule 3. No returner. I do hope we get to see that at some point today. I imagine at some point someone will want to play it. So it will be Ben's. Will it? Oh no, Christian still has a ban. Let's see what Christian bans. No Ben's. I forget what the map other than Ben's that is left is. It might be, so much aggressor today. I guess because it's never in the pool, so it's everyone wants to play it now.
Prepare to fight.
And we're going to get into it. There's going to be a map. Christus might know better than Point Man.
3, 2,
But Point Man mechanically definitely the better player than Christus. So it's interesting. It will be interesting to see how this goes. Potentially a major upset here, but Point Man is stacked very well, and this is going to look like Christus is just going to die here. Can't really escape. Just ends up on the other side of the map so quickly. Hits the super shotgun there, and they're both going to take it very slow, but it's going to be Point Man hitting the damage. Red isn't up for a moment, and that's going to be a bad super shotgun for Point Man. And Christus able to heal back up. Point Man does get the red, but does not have much health to play with. Misses the jump, and now Mega is up. But Point Man is now in position to deny it. And he will do so. Do you want me and Prodigy to wait? Might be good. No, play yours, Celts. Because otherwise a bunch of people are going to be waiting. It's just walked up. And Point Man with a 3-point lead here. Not as fast as we've seen other aggressor games be, perhaps. But no less good of a lead. Make that 4 points. Christus is going to get the yellow, but immediately being pushed onto by Point Man. Point Man taking a shotgun shot to the face there. It's going to make him lose a fair amount of stack, but he is able to fall onto the red. Of course, holding that position, being in the center, is just so good for you. You get access to so much. But now they're going to be equally stacked, and they're going to trade a similar amount in that interaction there. Christus with his rail out. Perhaps could have been better there with his super shotgun, but just wanting to prevent any instances of long-range damage that he can. They're just constantly trading super shotgun strokes. Being very careful not to overextend. Knowing how volatile of the map this can be. They're able to keep track of each other, they just don't want to push. But it's going to be Christus slipping up, extending too far, directly into Point Man's super shotgun, and he's going to go down. But very good play from the both of them, realizing the consequences from taking it too quickly. And just trying to stay out of each other's way, unless they can hit that damage. But it's going to be Point Man landing some really nice rockets there, cleaning up with the super shotgun. And Point Man just tries to keep the Mega from Christus. Does hit super shotgun there. And it's going to be Point Man dropping from the Mega. He's going to go for it. And Christus giving him too much space when he could have punished. Just, again, a little interaction there where Point Man was quite low. But just because Point Man was able to play a bit slower, he was able to wait for Christus to make a mistake. And really, I think an underrated ability in these games is to play these fast maps slower. To be able to recognize when it's better to slow things down. Christus jumping in, getting the super shotgun frag. No health at all, but he's going to secure himself the red. That's going to help. Gets a green as well. And now he's stacked quite well. Mega is up. Christus not in position for it, but going to go through the telly. And now he's able to deny this upper position. Doesn't have the rockets to deny the entrance. And it's going to be Point Man going through, finishing him off. Doing that super shotgun. Just so much SSG today on this map. And Christus goes for the red. Gets it quite handily. With the better stack. And you would be forgiven for not realizing there are other weapons in this game. The both of them just are so sneaky right now. Almost feels like they're playing Diabotical. And Christus is in position for the Mega, which is going to leave him with a greater stack than Point Man. But just going to go in, takes the red, gets the frag, and now Christus in such a good position. But Point Man is going to get access to the Mega. Not without taking damage, but he's going to be able to retaliate with some Gotland there. Hits a super shotgun shot. And Christus now can't see where he is, isn't able to prevent him from chipping away at him. Point Man securing himself the red. And it's heartbreaking to see that. Christus was in such a good position and could have started making a comeback. But now he's back to square one. Just back to playing these fights very slowly after what was a very good play. And just not enough stack for Christus to win that fight. It's going to be Point Man with the red. Catches Christus out on the back foot. And Christus, realizing that he probably can't win the fight, just goes for the Mega anyways. And swings back around, wins the fight! And for all these crazy games we've seen on this map, it's this slow one that is really the most interesting to me. Just the amount of space that Christus has to get back in. Rocket jumping for the Mega, knowing it's about to be up. Now Point Man will get a hold of the rail, and Christus doesn't want to be in the way, can't retaliate. Well, he does have the rail, but Point Man in a position to control how much he's able to see. Christus denies himself the red, but not without taking a rail. But the rocket splash is going to finish off Point Man. Catches him out again. And suddenly this is much closer. Only 2 frags apart. Hits a big rocket there. Doesn't close out the frag and takes another super shotgun. But only 1 frag between them. And that's going to be a bad spawn for Point Man. Christus in position for this red, but blows himself up with the rocket jump. Just tries to get away, get onto Mega, onto red. And Point Man on Mega grabs it and gets Christus with the shotgun from behind. But really not as horrible of a situation as you might anticipate. Point Man now much better stacked. He's going to get caught. He's going to catch out Christus. He just wants to keep him from pushing him. Point Man just waiting for an opening in that rocket spam. doesn't have any more super shotgun shots. You can hear those clicks. And he's going to take a direct rocket there, not able to retaliate. Chris is securing himself the yellow, but the damage he just did to Pointman has been undone because he's got the Mega. He's got so much stacked once more. And Krista doesn't know it's been taken. Or might be playing here for the red, which Pointman is on. He's going to know is up. And he hits the vertical rail. But the direct from Christus is going to limit the effectiveness of that red there. And having spent so much time in that position, it's going to take a minute for Pointman to actually get that frag, running out the amount of Mega that he has, the amount of overheal from taking that. And now Christus going through the telly just at the wrong time. He's going to hit some damage on Pointman, but the Mega's up again, the red also. And being in a position where both of those are synced, you can very easily get both of them. Because they're just so close to each other. Fucking my phone keeps notifying me. I don't care.
Minutes remaining.
Only a minute left, and it's surprising to see that. It's been actually fairly close for quite a long time, but Pointman now being able to bring out his lead a bit more. Now locking down a lot of the items on this map. See what Christus can do. Pointman is in position for this Mega, but not going to get it without taking damage, or the red even. He's going to take 2 directs, and is now going to be quite low without much up. There is a yellow, but a yellow is not too much stack. He's going to bounce around Christus, get the frag there, and only 10 seconds remaining. Pointman is able to claw it back at the end there. I say claw it back, he was in the lead the entire time, but he's able to push back against that attempt to get back in. And it will be Pointman winning this best of 1. But very well played from the both of them. Now let's catch up with Prodigy and Celts. Oh! Okay, interesting scoreline. But GT4 is a map that both of them are going to be very familiar with. And Prodigy is struggling to make things happen. Just in clear score. Oh, yeah. Okay. Prodigy is going to call it GG's. Knows when he can't make it back. And there's a lot to be said about these items. Prodigy with more Mega pickups actually than Celts, but Celts with 14 reds versus 4. Oh! Oh my god, it's Returner! Oh my god! Guys, are we excited for the new map that was in the last cup, but there were only 3 people in the last cup? Prodigy is actually going to have experience on this map, maybe more so than Celts, who has played it before in other games.
1. Fight!
But I want to see what Prodigy does here. Grabs himself with LG. Doesn't go too aggressively, but actually is going to be aggressive. Goes in on the Mega, hits a lot of LG on Celts, who just has to run away, and now Prodigy, having saved himself the red, able to get that for himself. Celts does have a rail. It's going to put him in a big advantage state, but the lack of rail ammo on this map is going to really reduce the amount he can do with it. And Prodigy getting a clean frag there. Getting Celts again on the Mega. Which isn't up yet, but red soon. Celts is in position for it. But Prodigy in position for the Mega as well. You can try and find yourself some armor. Hits the rail through the doorway. And yellow is up soon. It's going to be Celts getting it, but not without taking damage. The nade spam's going to come out. Prodigy in this bunker position. Probably not going to get access to the red. Celts immediately in position for it. And now Prodigy knows he does not have the stack for a fight right here. He's just going to try and take it as slow as possible. Try and use this room here to play defensively. And he's not going to do too bad of a job getting kills down to 12 health. He's going to minimize the advantage that he has. Finding himself the yellow. Hitting the damage there. But Celts is low. Backs onto this 50. Now similarly stacked. Celts gets the green. But Prodigy with the red means Celts is not going to be very able to stick in this fight. There's no rail slugs. Gets one. But really, one is the best you can do without taking up that tiny box. Which is why it's so imperative that you be careful with the way that you use it on this map. And not going to be able to do much with rockets, not going to be able to do much with rail. Now, Celts is quite low. Gets himself some armor, but doesn't have the health. And Prodigy's gonna clean up. Chasing Celts down. Celts just has to get out of here. But isn't going to be able to leave fast enough. Tries to hit the chain gun there. The gut line. And now Prodigy with the rail. That's going to hurt Celts a lot. Rail is a very good tool on this map. There's lots of little sight lines. And so, even without all that ammo, having it is so powerful. And it also puts you in a position where you can rotate between a lot of areas. Use the center a lot more just to try and peek and hit those sight lines. To clean up those fights. Otherwise, the best you're going to be able to do is use a fine gun for that. Celts hitting a nice amount of LG on Prodigy here. Finishes him off with the rail, but no stack at all. Is going to have to play this so carefully. He will get himself Mega, will get himself the green, and is in position for this red. Barely wins that fight, securing himself the red, and now Celts is in a position to try and make a comeback. And he's going to deny the rail, which is going to hurt Prodigy a lot. Cleans him up with the rocket there. Prodigy does hit a shotgun shot, but it's not going to be much damage. No super shotgun on this map. It means that you really can't chunk people like you can on other ones. And that rail from to the side is going to leave Celts quite low. He does get himself red, does get a lot of armor, but without the health to back that up, he doesn't want to take a fight. And all these rails out of Prodigy! My god. Celts grabbing the shotgun, hitting the shot, and just getting out of there. Does not want anything to do with this. Oh! The nade! Good lord! And Celts blows himself up, I guess. Celts just playing so slowly. Just wants red. Feels perhaps that the problem is the amount of rail shots he's been taken. Just wants to have the stack to survive that. Not enough rockets to close out that frag, but Prodigy now is not going to have much stack at all. That's going to be more progress towards him in control. But it's not going to matter much if he gets cleaned up with the rail. Almost telefrag Prodigy there. And they are going to trade rails. Prodigy's going to push in for the frag, but doesn't quite hit all the shots. And Christus, switching to the rail just at the right time, gets the frag. Down 7 frags, but this is quite a fast map. Only 5 minutes, and we've seen quite a few frags come out. Secures himself the red, but no health, and the rail's going to finish him off. Prodigy can't quite do that jump. left solo, and kills himself with his own shot lung for the second time. He is going to hose down Prodigy with the LG, though. Prodigy securing himself the red, and this is a bit of an upset. Celts is so dominant, but perhaps not knowing the map as well as Prodigy does, maybe not being used to playing with no super shotgun, no fun gun, it's going to have a bit harder of a time. But still, there's plenty of time left. If Celts figures out what he's doing and just keeps fragging, basically, he can make it work. And the LG fight here is going to leave Prodigy so low. He's not going to want to fight. And Celts, well aware of that, chases him down, secures himself the red. Oh, the float from Prodigy. That was so aggressive. One rocket, one tiny bit of splash could have killed him, but he still manages it. And Celts secures himself the mega. Missing that rocket there. Just can't find the damage, but gets the telefrag spawn. I don't think I've seen that on any map other than Aerowalk in Duel. Pushes slightly too hard there and he takes a round. Gets Prodigy with the random nade bouncing around. And now Prodigy goes for the mega, but getting caught out on the spawn, this is the dangerous thing about that room. If you're in that position, it's so easy to be pinned, and especially in a game like Doombringer, where you see how strong that LG is. It's going to be difficult for Prodigy. And now Celts is going to be getting himself a few frags, gets himself the red. Mega up soon. He's going to be in position. Can't afford to wait around. He's only got 2 minutes to make 8 frags. So he's just going to try and go for the mega. In position for the red. Which is up now. 7 more frags. Definitely very doable. That's going to be 1 to his name. Celts denying the rail. Prodigy will have to be much more careful. And really, the power of denying that rail on this map is hard to overstate. It's in such a central position, so it's not the most difficult thing to do. 1 minute left, 5 frags to get. He can do it, but he's going to have to be fast. I can't find Prodigy. He does hit the rocket on him, hits a fair amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down. Prodigy just wanting to waste as much time as possible, not playing for the frag, and that telefrag might be the end. Hard to say what Celts can do here to get all these frags, but Prodigy killing himself is going to help. And the more time that he's not actively shooting at Prodigy, the more likely it is that Prodigy wins. 2 frags between them, and he's going to catch him. Chasing him down, he gets the frag, now down to 1. He has to find him if he wants this overtime. Catches him out on the mega, hits 1 rocket, but he goes through the telly. And Prodigy just going to run away, and it's going to be 1 frag that closes out this map. And that's 1-all. Oh my god. Prodigy just barely clinching it.
A vote has been called. Vote passed.
Oh, this is the wrong version, I think.
Prepare to fight.
I actually don't know how different RC1 is. It's probably fine just to play this version.
3, 2,
because I think it's the same gameplay.
Fight.
Celts with the red spawn. Gets himself a yellow. Okay, yeah, they're just gonna get to Arcemon. Wait. Oh, is it not on the server?
A vote has been called. Vote failed. A vote has been called.
Okay, to be fair, I'm kind of making them use the new version over 2 changes, I think. But I don't know what is different.
Vote failed. A vote has been called.
Oh. Oh well.
3, 2, 1, fight! A vote passed.
Oh, there we go. That took a minute.
A vote has been called. Vote passed.
There we go, good lord.
Prepare to fight.
Fucking hell. There we go. Okay, Prodigy by the LG. Big advantage having the LG on this map. There's so much you can do with it. But this spawn giving you access to a bit less in terms of pickups. And it's going to be Celts getting the LG, immediately getting the first frag. Gets a super shotgun. Gets the red. And Celts is going to be the one with the better stack here. Prodigy does get himself the Mega, so not completely without defenses. He's going to try to hide from Celts. Doesn't want to get caught out here. Of course, Prodigy's stack drains the longer he waits for something to happen, because a lot of it is in that Mega. But he will get the yellow, hits some nice LG damage on Celts, but Celts is going to be the one finishing the fight, takes the Mega, and now sees Prodigy, wants to see what he can do. But it's just going to go towards the red. Prodigy's in a dangerous position here. Oh, the LG keeps Celts from pushing. But recommitting to the fight is a dangerous choice there. He does hit the damage, but left on 20 health. Celts catches him here. It's over. And yeah, it's over. But going out with a super shotgun shot means that Celts is going to have less stack to work with. In position for this red. He does take it. Doesn't see Prodigy coming, and he's going to take a lot of LG damage there. No armor now, only 110 health. He's going to find himself a yellow. And Prodigy, without armor, that LG is going to really hurt him. Does deny the yellow, though. Misses that rocket. If it had landed, perhaps would have done him a lot of good. But just barely. Now Celts is in the much better position. Is going to go for the aggressive push onto him, knowing that he can fall back towards this yellow, knowing that he can pick up this Mega. Doesn't take the yellow. But he does get the lower one. The tumbling nade hits him directly. And this is a map, really, that a lot of the time, if you take it too fast, you are going to lose a lot of frags, just because you have to be very patient with these positions. You know, this is a map that doesn't have a rail on it, so you can't go for those peak shots where you're, you know, staring halfway across the map through a doorway into a single pixel. Lots of damage coming out onto the Celts there. He's going to get the Mega, but no armor to go with it. And Prodigy in the higher position is going to have a bit more freedom to choose when the fight happens. does secure himself the red, which is going to be bad news for Celts. And we're going to get a longer fight here, up the stairs. Celts with the better LG, leaving with only 73 health to his name. Hearing Prodigy coming, he does land that rocket. And Prodigy wants this red. Celts wants to stop him from taking it. He is going to hit a bit of Gotlung, but not a huge amount. But really, just cruising here, Prodigy is not in a good position. Especially not with Celts grabbing that other yellow. This below Celts wants to surprise him through the telly, but Celts already going towards the red, and he is going to get it. Prodigy, perhaps just too early to this mega. The float's going to come out here, and it's going to be Celts on the mega. And that float perhaps saved him. Granted, he did have a fair amount of health left after that fight, but it's definitely made it easier for him. Now wants to deny this red, but it's not going to be able to stop Prodigy from taking it. Prodigy taking the yellow as well. Celts does land a super shotgun shot, which is going to go quite far. Neither of them want to rush here, but Prodigy does have to make 12 maps on a map that can be very slow. He is getting himself the red quite often, but it's not going far. Just not being able to get all those shots in, not being able to prevent Celts from stacking on both the yellows for the same amount that he gets for that red. It's going to make it quite difficult for him. And Celts now, knowing that he really doesn't have to go for more frags at all, knowing that this is a very difficult lead to make back if he just plays slowly. He's going to be content with just getting that damage and leaving, which oftentimes I think is the mark of a better player. You know, you see a lot of people in these games who will train their ability to hit their shots, will train their ability to play aggressively, but won't be able to be okay with not getting a frag. You know, they go into a fight, they don't win, and then they immediately recommit. Which sometimes it works, but sometimes it's just more of a headache than it's worth. And especially on a slower map like this, especially without the rail, that's going to be especially the case. But Celts now being quite low, backing away onto the mega. Getting himself to the central LG box. Going to take a lot of damage in that fight, but backing onto the red, and Prodigy recommitting here. Isn't able to get the frag. Gets a bad respawn next to the LG. Gets another bad respawn next to the LG. He does try to be sneaky. I do quite like that spot. I use that spot a fair amount when I play this map. Just because it is slightly out of the way. Direct from Prodigy. But yeah, no frags is not good 7 minutes into a match. And even if he does start getting frags, Celts now is able to play very slowly. It's going to be such a difficult task to make that back. But I think that's kind of one of the really great things about Doombringer in particular. Prodigy calling GG. It's going to be 2-1 to Celts. But yeah, one of the really great things about Arena FPS being that variety of maps, and you see that in Doombringer. There's so many... Phone's on 10%. Fuck. There's so many different ways to play the game. So many different ways to see these maps. So many different ways a match can play out. And so something slower like this, especially in a game that has a lot of fast maps, can be very valuable. Let me plug in my phone so that it doesn't die while I'm streaming. Because I am using it to read chat. There we go. What matches are up next? Held to be Reki will be entertaining. Forward the idiot dog I am interested in though. So Kelton Reki, I don't know if you're here. Communicating with them. Yeah, okay. We'll cast both games. So, Pord versus... what's your name? Mikota. Where are these guys? To the both of them, they're both online, and I presume in contact. Let's see. Germany won. Okay. There he is. Hooray. So just waiting on Makota. This alcohol is hitting a bit. I will be tipsy, I think, by the time I'm done with this. Is there any more that I can get out? Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. What's Makota's ping? 30. What country is that? Can anyone tell me? Because I don't know. Is that San Marino? What am I drinking? Vodka. Oh my god, Sleepy! Oh, it's been ages! Oh my god. Have you been? Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay. Noted. I'm pretty well. Getting through my last year of uni, and also casting Doombringer again, running tournaments. No aggressor, no duel 2, no duel 4. Wait, what? No duel 3. Wait. I need to pick. Where? Nice, nice. I hope that goes well for you. No bends. Let's see what Makoto bans. Is this cup weekly? It's like monthly. So, December, basically, if you're wanting to participate. Oh, more returner! Oh, also Fossil DM3 is in Doombringer now. I don't know if you noticed. Try to play the next one. Yes! It would be so nice to have you back. I haven't played FPS for months. It happens. Yeah, I hadn't played any at all over the summer, because I just hadn't really been in a position to. So. I'm going to get onto this one. Prodigy did beat Celts on this map, but he knows it quite well, which is going to make it harder for Makoto, maybe someone who's a bit more new to Doombringer. But, let's see if Makoto can make things happen. Prodigy gets the Mega, Makoto getting the rail, but getting floated quite hard, actually, through that stairway. Getting juggled around. And it's a strong start for Celts. But Makoto denying that rail from Celts is going to leave him with less options. No LG ammo either. And Makoto also running out of LG. Prodigy gets the red. You just cannot get a hold of that railgun. Makoto keeps stealing it. The Mega's up, but Makoto doesn't want to go for it, doesn't want to risk a fight on the Mega. Knows that Prodigy will want it, and that if he loses, it can be quite dire. And he doesn't want to continue this snowball. Prodigy gets himself the red. And Makoto is going for the rail. Misses, though. Misses 2 rails. That's going to be very rough. And finally, Prodigy getting access to the rail. Takes a rocket to the face. But now, especially with 5 ammo, which is a lot of rail ammo for this mount. Just going to be able to let those shots ring out. Misses that rail, misses the other one, and suddenly has no more slugs to do anything with. Can't get the frag onto Makoto, has no ammo for anything, 1 rocket. But would rather use the pistol for Bolter. He does get himself 1 rail. And yeah, Makoto was on borrowed time there. Was not able to close out that frag. And once again, Prodigy is stacked so much better. It's looking quite bad for Makoto. Having the rail denied from him. Prodigy may not get much ammo from it, but it's worth it because that 10-second respawn just makes it so difficult sometimes to get weapons that someone doesn't want you to have. And especially one as central as the rail. It's not difficult for Prodigy to just keep denying that. And he will do that. Makoto going in with the shotgun, hits 2 shots, but it's very weak. Of course, the shotgun, not the greatest weapon in the game. And often falls out of use completely in duel when you get a super shotgun. But the sneaky peek rocket from Makoto is going to get Prodigy. Red's now up. Prodigy with the Mega. And Prodigy once again stacked very well. Makoto does not want to be pushed onto. And yeah, that LG is gonna clean him up. No health at all. Getting the bad spawn directly in front of Prodigy. And perhaps doesn't know to delay it. Prodigy whiffs the jump for the red, and is going to have to do a rocket jump to make out the door. Hitting some shotgun shots on him. And yeah, this is a good lead for Prodigy. Sorry, sometimes I need to give my voice a bit of a break. I don't get why he was shooting the wood planks. But Prodigy, he really is the best person at this map in the cup right now. So an outcome like this is maybe not so surprising, being that he's actually had a lot of experience on it recently. And yeah, 27-1. I mean, the stats don't lie. He's very dominant right now. He is going to hit some nice LG onto Prodigy after getting that frag though. Going to be able to clean him up. And maybe he can go for a bit more. Mega's up. That's going to be Prodigy's. But he can still get the red if he keeps Prodigy from killing him here. But no rockets for that fight when it perhaps was the best thing in that position. Means that he's not going to be able to. Prodigy now with the red gives him so much more stat. How long's it been? It's been 2 hours. But really good play from these contestants across the board. And the finals will be quite interesting. This is going to be a map that we want to play. Mikota, you know, despite this being his first cup, has done quite a good job here. Has just got in and played, and seems to have enjoyed himself, even when he's getting fragged quite badly like this. You know, still is going for what he can. Still is trying to understand how to play this. Oh, missed that shotgun shot. That's rough. Only a minute and a half left. Let's see if Makota can find himself another frag. Yeah, the power of the rail on this map is kind of hard to understate. The number of little sightlines on here. And so, you will see people get it and use it quite liberally. And you will see people trying to save their ammo, trying to look for those specific sightlines, not wanting to spend too much. Prodigy being a bit more discerning, where he'd maybe use rail in some cases. Through this doorway, for instance. It's a kill that you can get with the rail, but you might not necessarily need to. And so he's just going to stick to the LG, rather than confirming it extra quickly. And Makoto is going to get in with the rocket, hit the direct, and the shotgun shot, and that's going to be a kill for him. Nicely played that one. He's going to get picked up by Prodigy. It's going to be Prodigy winning that by 42 frags. Good lord. Good lord. He's certainly got this map on lock. Let's update this. And it will go to Prodigy v Point Man. Now playing for the 3rd place position. This is going to be the game that decides who will and who will not be winning from the prize pool. Top 3 positions winning money. So it's going to be a very important game for the both of them. Still a best of 1. So they're both going to want to get a good map for them. So Point Man definitely going to be wanting to ban Returner. Point Man and Prodigy both not having played each other this tournament, but I believe their history is fairly even. We'll see what happens. I don't remember which one's higher seed. Okay, must be Point Man. No toxicity yet again. No aggressor, not surprising. Very much an unstable map aggressor. And there's the returner ban. Doesn't surprise me. So all of the very awkward maps for gaining a lead are out. What map is left? I don't remember. Oh, GT4. Okay. So GT4, fairly standard pick. That's a map everyone knows. And it's going to make the situation very even.
Prepare to fight.
Not going to be much room for people to exploit their lack of knowledge.
3, 2, 1, fight!
And Point Man immediately going for the middle yellow. Nicely played there. Grabs a super shotgun, the red, and the rail before he even considers picking up the rocket launcher. But getting hit with a tiny bit of LG from behind, it's really not going to amount to that much damage. And that grenade is going to keep Point Man from aggressing on Prodigy for a moment. He does hit the super shotgun there, but taking the rockets, just barely winning that fight. Wins himself the LG. But now Prodigy picking up the middle yellow. Perhaps it's not going to end well for Point Man, who's going to whiff his shotgun. Gets down there. And Prodigy, knowing the Mega is up soon, is going to want to be in position to hit some damage on it. Can tell Point Man is stood waiting for it. And he's just going to play very aggressively here. Goes in with the super shotgun, goes in with the rail, doesn't even have rockets, doesn't have LG, but just hitting what he can. He runs up the stairs, eats the damage, and gets the super shotgun. Denying this middle yellow again. Had to do the dishes to keep my hand toasty. Very smart play there. Going at each other with the super shotgun, and Prodigy is going to miss the red armor. Takes a super shotgun shot there. But Point Man whiffing the second one means that it's not going to end in a frag for him. And Prodigy just slightly sooner getting that shot in. Goes into his position, tries to go for the super shotgun, but can't find it. The Mega is up. Point Man is not in position for it. It's going to be Prodigy getting it, but now Prodigy is stuck. Does shoot a grenade, which is going to stop that shot from coming out. able to escape, but doesn't expect Pointman to come in behind him, doesn't notice him taking the teleporter, takes a fair amount of damage, and that's going to whittle away the stack that he has going into this red armor pickup. Now the yellow's starting to spawn. Pointman gets the middle one. Wants to get LG, but Prodigy's going to get in the way. And now is stuck in that LG position. That perhaps infamous position on this map. Similar to the Duel 5 lower yellow. You have exits, but you are going to need to take a rocket to get through them if you go too fast. And Pointman, once again, getting cleaned up by the red. Now doesn't really have access to any items. Oh, he's going to go for that right there. Pointman with the bad spawn, and this is not looking good for him so far. But 2.5 minutes into the match, there's still so much time left. So much time for it to go the other way. Although Prodigy's going to be able to deny this yellow, but having to shoot himself in order to get it. Gets the Mega, and Pointman with not much stack to work with. Does get himself the red, but this is the classic GT4 situation where getting the red is not going to do that much for you. He does hit some super shotgun, but whiffing that last shot could have perhaps done more damage to Prodigy. Instead, he's going to walk away, having died, but is going to get the refrag. Gets the red, going for the rocket fight. Wants to be quite aggressive. Tries to punch him, and perhaps that's going to lose him the frag. Now feels like he can't aggress onto Prodigy, even though Prodigy has like no health at all, because neither does he. Prodigy booking it for the LG. Denying the middle yellow. Oh, that direct is going to make it so hard for Pointman. He does have the red, so he's able to last a little bit longer. Able to just get the spawn slightly sooner. And he's going to win that LG fight. Not by much, mind you, but by enough. In position for Mega. Gets himself a yellow to his name as well. On this Prodigy. In a weird turn, Prodigy is able to hit one rail, secure himself both yellows. And now Prodigy is in such a good position, just so stacked. In position to deny the red as well. Only a railgun, a super shotgun, and a Gotland gun to his name. And yet he still makes these fights work. And now he's just going to be able to run at him. Doesn't care if he takes damage. Knows that he can take those yellows. Knows that he's in the position to control that. Pointman does steal the middle yellow under his nose though. And that's going to leave Prodigy unable to heal from that fight. But can't get the super shotgun. And now Pointman, once the player so is able to take the telly and get out without taking damage. But really there's not much for him. He's just going to have to survive. The upper yellow is up, but he's not going to be able to go for it. Wants the middle one, but Prodigy in position denying it. Knows he can't push through. Prodigy's going to be the one who gets it. Going to go in, does hit some LG, and Prodigy is going to go below 100 health. Secures himself the red. And Pointman with the LG coming in and just hosing him down. And that's going to whittle away some of the advantage that Prodigy has. Might have looked bad for Pointman there dying, but he did hit the damage, but not able to capitalize on it. And now Prodigy is just chasing him around with a railgun. Pointman dead in the water. 20-4. This is a very good lead for Prodigy going into the second half of this game. And yeah, this is a map Prodigy knows like the back of his hand. You know, being a Doombringer OG, he's played this plenty of times. And so his game on this map is just going to be so clean. And Pointman just stuck in place, waiting for that red. And Prodigy twigs just at the wrong time. They're going to telefrag each other. And suddenly it's going to be in a neutral position again. But Point Man going for the rockets. Prodigy knows he can't do anything. And now Point Man is in control. Does get himself the Mega. Not a yellow armor to his name, but he's going to pick up one. Wants to hit some damage on Prodigy on this LG, and he will catch him with the direct rocket. But no ammo in his rockets, no ammo in his LG, means he's going to have to really fight for these frags. He's going to have to go really fast. And Prodigy not in a position to defend much, and Point Man just has to slam the accelerator. And it's helping him quite a bit that Prodigy's getting these spawns in the upper room, but these frags are taking a while for him to get. And for every second that he is not actively killing Prodigy, he is losing his ability to get back in. His chances going down. 2.5 minutes left. It's enough time to get 14 frags, but getting fragged is going to make that worse. And the second one coming out, and he's going to lose so much time to that. He's going to have to try to stack back up. Waiting for this red. Point Man gets him with the rocket, or Prodigy gets Point Man with the rocket, but it's so low. Does have armor, just not health. He's going to get the 50. Get him back in, and Point Man really can't protect against his push. Prodigy, perhaps knowing where Point Man would spawn, just spamming the top of that jump pad with his rockets. And Prodigy has really taken this lead and made it even worse for Point Man. And yeah, only a minute left to get 19 frags, make that 20. I don't see it happening. But a good attempt from Point Man here to try and take it off with Prodigy, try and take him to a map that he's very good at, and actually not doing too bad for an amount of time. Just towards the end, Prodigy here running away with the lead. Point Man having no time, having to make these worst decisions. He does get a frag here, so he's not going to walk away from the end of this without being able to retaliate against this really good run from Prodigy. He's going to get a second frag as well. And Prodigy will be our third place winner. Well played to the both of them. Prodigy just being so good at what's it called? The map that we just watched. GT4. But it will go to him. And so now, Celts v Reki in the winners finals, the semi-finals. And these are two of the best players in the Doombringer community right now. So, it should be a very good game. They're on the bends. I don't know if they've done map picks already. Okay. No Duel 3. Celt's not a big Duel 3 fan. And no Duel 4 means that we're going to get one of the two very erratic maps out of this set. We'll get a GT4. We will get an aggressor. Why no Iron Forge? I'm glad that he likes Iron Forge. No returner. Keltz, having already lost on it, doesn't want to take his chances. What's left? No bends. So, we might get our first toxicity of the evening.
A vote has been called.
I've missed it. I've missed toxicity. I really hope that we can see it. But, starting on GT4 here. Again, this map is one that everyone's going to have a lot of experience on. People love GT4. I don't think I've met a single person who has said that they dislike this map in this game. Keltz is going to be the one with the better stack here. Just denying that middle yellow, knowing the value of it. Wants to take it easy, doesn't want to lose his first fight. But he's going to take a lot of damage here. Gets the rocket, and that's going to be the first frag to Keltz. And immediately the second frag, Reki walking into that. Or jumping into that, really. Does grab the red. And Reki in position for this mega. Hits the rail. But Keltz, without the nades that he was going to use to try and catch him out, he's suddenly going to lose a lot of his stack. He does finish off Reki, but now not in the best of shapes. And that super shotgun shot's not going to help. He does get the middle yellow. But Reki just can't get that LG, and that's going to be so bad. He could have got the frag there if he had been there in time, but just not able to. Keltz once again. Oh, the rocket from, or not rocket, the grenade from out of nowhere, just hitting Keltz on the top of the head. Reki's going to be able to get the mega, but needs more than that if he wants to make something happen. Middle yellow is up, but Keltz knowing that, in position to deny. The direct from Reki is nice, but too much LG comes out from Keltz. And now Keltz eating a lot of LG, quite low, doesn't have the armor. Knows Mega's up soon. But wants to play aggressive here, wants to go for the rail. Now at 1 health, doesn't want to die. He's going to get cleaned up by Reki. It's going to be Reki's first frag of the game, and he's going to walk away with the yellow and the mega. Gets himself the middle yellow. Keltz wants to play back with the rail. Playing towards the teleporter. Wants to be careful, gets himself red. Now closer in stack. But Reki opening this fight with the LG is going to bode poorly for Keltz, who dies. Missing that jump, quite bad actually. And Keltz hits some super shotgun, but it's not going to be enough. Playing quite aggressively there. And almost getting the frag, capitalizing on Reki's distraction, but just not quite. Now Mega's up, Keltz in position for it. Reki gets the red, gets the green. And the red is the worst of the two items on this map, really. But it's not going to matter if Reki can clean up here.
You're tied for the lead.
And now, Reki being able to make it equal is going to be rough for Keltz if he can't get back in. But he does manage to get in position for this upper yellow. It's going to rotate towards the middle one. Mega up soon, and it's going to be Reki in position for it. But he jumps off of it. Surprises Keltz with his positioning. He does hit a rail. Hits some LG. And now Keltz being given the mega, really. Quite bad in that position, but the departing rail is going to make it easier. The red is up, and Keltz catching Reki out on the middle yellow is going to win that fight. He's going to be in the lead, but taking quite a bad super shotgun shot there. Returning with one of his own, and now he's just going to put the pedal to the floor. You know, been playing aggressively, waiting for an opening like this, but also sticking around in those fights too long has been what gave... He gets one punch in. It's going to be what gave Reki that tie But now, noticing that Reki has a crack in his defense, he's just going to push into him and win that fight. And now he's back to doing as he did before. And really, this isn't an uncommon occurrence on GT4. You know, how easy it is to get caught out and die on this map. You will get a lot of instances where you kind of do just feel like the best play is to bang your head against the wall until you can find something. And then be able to capitalize on that. Some nice rockets being hit there by Celts. Close range, but still a direct is a direct. Celts manages to get the middle yellow, manages to get the red, and he's at 200 armor. Reki with no armor, no overheal, just 100 health. He will secure himself the top yellow, but being put in a bad position here. Now he can't leave. And Celts gets the frag, gets the mega. This is not looking good for Reki. He was doing well before, but now Celts is starting to run away with the lead a bit. 10 frags in his advantage. The super shotgun does hurt Celts there. But Reki not going to be able to capitalize on that. Doesn't pick up the super shotgun. And now Celts is hitting his shots quite nicely. And it's doing a lot for him. But the direct from Reki with the rockets. This might be his time. And Celts getting caught on the lip of the door. He's going to lose that frag. Perhaps didn't think that area was standable, but it definitely is. Now, Reki really wants to push hard. Knows that there's only so much time left. Knows that he may need to start getting frags if he wants this game. But not being able to get good positions on the Celts. No rockets. No LG. No rail. He will pick himself up LG. He will get the middle yellow and or the top yellow. And just wants to play as aggressively as possible here. Goes for the push onto Celts, who manages to slip out and hit the rail shot. But no! Reki messing up that jump means he's not going to be able to get the middle yellow. Which will be big for Celts. Suddenly able to take something away from Reki. He gets the top yellow as well. But now stuck in this little turret. Whatever you want to call it, this sentry. Trading fights there, but Reki getting impatient, tries to rocket jump up, and it's not going to do him any good. He gets taken by the direct. Or he takes the direct. And now he's on low health. Really can't do much. Celts is going to clean that up. And potentially an in for Reki there that's now gone because he played that too aggressively and paid for it. Now Mega being up, Celts is in position for it, floats Reki while Reki tries to perfectly get him with his LG. He will deal a lot of damage but not quite enough, and Reki loses the Mega. But now Celts on 50 health, somehow Reki has been able to find that damage. Has the better stack. Oh, but the direct into the float. Very impressive stuff from Celts. Reki finally getting another frag with the Gotlung. Really needs to go as fast as he can if he wants to win this. He is going to get him at the top of the jump pad with the LG, just floating him barely enough. Secures himself the middle yellow, and that middle yellow is just so important on this map. Being that the resources in these two rooms are very equal, you know, the lower room being the out of control room, and players who are in control often just not taking red just because they don't feel it's worth the effort. So really, a lot of this map is dictated by who gets control of that, because numbers-wise, stack-wise, that can be the thing that puts you in the lead. tries to go for that frag. Does hit some damage, but isn't able to close it out. He is going to be able to pin Celts with the LG, get himself the middle yellow, but only 30 seconds to make this back. I don't think this is very doable. He's going to try and get more, though. Knows that it's not over here. After casting all these best of ones, we finally have a game where a loss at the start does not make it completely hopeless. Celts is going to rush in with the Gotlung, finish with the Super Shotgun. And that will be game 1 to Celts. Starting quite equal, but Celts just running away with the lead towards the middle there. And he will be up by 15 points. But now Aggressor, a map that Celts has less experience with. That last he played this map with Reki, I believe Reki beat him.
Prepare to fight.
But we'll see if Celts can pull this off.
3, 2, 1. Fight.
Both spawning very close to each other and both going towards the same place. Celts doing a rocket jump towards Mega, getting hit with the LG. It's going to be Reki with the first frag, but not without taking damage of his own. He is going to get the yellow, and is going to be in the better position stack-wise, weapon-wise. But doesn't have the rockets, and Celts hitting the direct through that doorway. He's going to get the frag, Reki, but not without taking damage. And Celts knowing that, knowing how low he is, knows that he can get boisterous with these pushes, but it's not quite going to work out. Reki leaving the room, recommitting, getting the frag. Gets himself yellow, Celts gets the Mega, but being floated there doesn't do him any good, and Reki capitalizing on that, going through the teleporter. And he's looking for Celts. Really wants to find him. Really wants to extend this lead. The longer he leaves it, the better Celts' stack will get. But Reki taking that yellow, that red is going to be a necessity too. Having the stack to continue, and Celts not being able to do much at the start of this map. Does secure himself the Mega, but only a Gotlung and a rail to his name. What he can get away with it is going to be very limited. Reki doing the aggressive rocket jump to be in position for that, dropping in front of Celts, stealing the red in front of his eyes, hitting him with a rocket. And an 8-0 lead against Celts is not something you see often. Mega is up, and it's going to be Celts in position for it. He does get it, but not without taking the damage. But hitting the Super Shotgun shot onto Reki is going to go quite far, and Celts is going to find his first frag. But doesn't have enough health to push. Taking the Super Shotgun there, can't get the second shot in. Reki quite low enough to go down to a single Super Shotgun shot, and he will. This is a very chaotic map. 2 minutes in and already 14 frags altogether. But Celts now slightly slowing it down, in position to take the Mega, and he will get it without being attacked this time, but he's going to take a Super Shotgun shot on the way out. Quite low. Gets cleaned up. Reki taking the red. Rushing up the stairway to hit the Super Shotgun, and Celts can't do anything about it. Celts peeks through the teleporter, gets some Gotlung shots. Gets the Super Shotgun as he peeks through again, but it's not going to amount to much. That Super Shotgun shot, though, is going to deal quite a lot of damage to Reki. It's going to make him leave for a moment. Oh, walking into that direct. Perhaps could have got something with the LG there, but just not quite being able to. Celts with the rocket, or Reki with the rocket onto Celts. Now Celts, with a decent stack, is able to hit some damage onto Reki, and Reki's only going to have 100 health, takes the super shotgun, goes down, and finally Celts, with some room to breathe, wants the red, but he's going to give it up to Reki. Or not, cleaning that frag up. He's going to get both mages. This is going to be quite a big win for Celts. Now only a yellow up. He bounces Reki into his crosshair. Hits the LG. And Reki's going to get the yellow off of that spawn, but it's not going to do him that much good because it immediately takes some damage. But having just enough health to be able to get that rocket onto Celts, he's able to finish him up with the railgun. And Celts looking like he could have come back there, but just losing it. He does get the Mega. And now Reki quite low, but Celts is too. Neither of them really want to commit onto each other. Hoping they don't meet, the first person to hit their shots will win, and it's going to be Celts, who secures himself the red finally. Reki getting a green. Spawning into Celts' crosshair, really. Now, struggling to protect himself. The yellow is up, but neither of them know this. Celts just trapping the red, was hoping that Reki would buy it, but knows it's not up yet. Doesn't walk onto it. Gets himself the Mega, gets himself a yellow, and now two similar stacks, but that direct from Celts is going to help him a lot. And he's going to hit some nice LG, and the bad spawn for Reki here means that he's going to immediately go down. And Celts now is climbing up from such a bad lead for Reki. Securing himself the red, getting the frags, and he's managed to bring it back in less than 5 minutes. Now raining rockets down onto Reki. And he's too well stacked to be able to take that yellow. He's going to have to damage himself for it. Knows where Reki is, doesn't want to give up his position, but does want to push. And he finds a space for it, takes the red, and now only 2 frags away. But makes a mistake jumping off, is going to take a lot of damage there. Doesn't die, but Reki gets enough damage that it's notable for him. He does get the red, or he does get the Mega. Reki in position for this red. Does have a yellow to his name, so he will have a bit to defend himself with. He's going to peek through the telly, try and get some damage on him. It's not quite going to work out, and now 2 of them being tied. Celts capitalizing on that, knowing the state the game is in, but just taking so much damage there from the super shotgun. And now Reki is in a good position. Well, not a good position, but in a better position than he was in. Celts is going to make sure that he can't get the rocket so that he can't get finished off with rocket spam. And just wants this red. But Reki with the Mega perhaps going to be more immediately useful. And Reki does have the best stack. Celts wants to take this slope, doesn't want to take too much damage, but just peeking slightly too much, and Reki's going to hit the rail. Going to hit the second one, and Celts doesn't retaliate. Has 20 rails, and yet he's not using them. And now he's so low, Reki is just going to want to chase him down, wants to deny as many positions as he can, box him into one area, and he's going to get him on this Mega spawn. And Reki's in a good position for it. Celts doesn't want to be stuck going for it. Does hit a nice super shotgun shot, but not going to kill Reki.
For the lead. You've taken the lead.
And Reki is back in the lead. Takes a bad super shotgun shot there, but does have the red to fall back onto. Celts really wants to play this aggressively here. perhaps figures no items are up soon anyways, he's going to die anyways, so he'd rather make it a play where he'd deal some damage. But spawns in some bad positions. Nice LG from him, and that's going to go a long way. And now Reki is very low. 27 to 22. Not long left here for Celts to try and win this map. He is going to get the Mega, but it's going to take a direct. Get finished off with the LG. Celts finishing him off with the Super Shotgun. Only 5 frags to make this up. Can win the set if he wins this map. But he's going to have to find the damage, he's going to have to find the frags, and without much stack, it's going to make it more difficult. Especially when Reki is able to hit all that LG. But securing himself with the red will make it much easier. And not long left now, but only 15 seconds to get all these frags, and Reki's going to start delaying his spawns, preventing Celts from being able to get him as quickly. And that damage seals the deal. And it's going to be Reki clinching it by 2 points after 2 strings of frags on this map, bringing it to 1-all. And that means we will see toxicity. I'm so fucking happy we get to see toxicity. You don't understand.
Prepare.
I do love this map.
Three.
Oh no, watch Reki offer this.
1. Fight.
Reki, perhaps the unfavored player here. But is going to get that first frag onto Celts, find himself with rockets. Celts wants the rail, but can't quite get onto it. And Reki, quite low here. Does not want to fight Celts, even if Celts doesn't have to stack himself. 1 rocket is all it takes. And so just playing these lower runs of the map takes a bad rocket that doesn't quite kill him. And he's going to be in position for this rail. That's going to do a lot on toxicity. All these little rail angles on Tox, getting the Mega. And they're going to have an air battle that kills the both of them. Reki though, finishing off Celts. That's a bad rail to take for Reki. And Celts getting the red. Now in a very good position to capitalize on this damage. Missing the rail because he takes the splash. And he doesn't keep his rail out long enough to punish. Reki doesn't even want to go for the health. Feels unsafe. Celts is on the Mega Health, gets it for himself, and now Reki's in an even worse position. He is going to get Celts around the side, but can't finish the frag, but Celts very low. Reki in position for the red. Celts now can't do much. Only 18 health. And Reki is going to finish him off. This is not looking good for Celts so far. But Reki quite low. Catches Celts out, but really not much stack to his name. Red up very soon. It's going to be Reki going for it. But Celts with the Mega, hits the rockets, gets a direct in, and he's going to get his second frag. Denying the LG. Always very powerful on this map to deny the LG. Especially in Doombringer where the range is slightly longer. You can get a lot more done with that. And because of the knockback, it's so much more defensively potent. You can really prevent a lot from happening. Now Celts finding some frags. Going to bring himself back into the game. And is now stacked very nicely. Going to try and jump on the side there. Does take some LG damage, and although he gets the frag, he loses a lot of his stack. And it's going to hurt even more with Reki grabbing the red there. Celts doesn't have much to work with, and Reki grabs the yellow as well. Or does he? No, he doesn't. And Celts misses that yellow too, which means Reki is going to be in position for the upper yellow to spawn. But not standing next to it as it does. He does hit a direct onto Celts, but it's not enough. Kelts is going to get the frag onto Reki, and now he's in position to punish him for taking this red. Which, mind you, Kelts is still not going to get, so it's not going to be a stack as well as he could be. He does get onto this yellow, and not much Reki can do spawning behind him. And now Reki really just does not want to fight, knows nothing is up, knows he can't really get the Mega, but that sneaky rail is going to prevent Kelts for a moment. Overextends though, takes a rocket to the face, and it's going to stop stop Reki from being as capable. And now Kelts has good control over the map. The stray rocket though is going to catch him out, and that's going to be quite good for Reki, knowing that red is up, wanting to contest it. But Reki decides it's not worth his time, just wants to be safer. Comes back round, but Kelts, perhaps expecting it, seeing Reki jumping around the map, he does earn himself the Mega, but Kelts with the better stack altogether, now at 200 armor versus Reki's 0. And that rail's not going to bode well for Reki. And yeah, nice and clean. Just go in, hit 2 rails, clean up the rest with LG. And yeah, some very clean gameplay from Kelts here. This is him in his element. It's a map he knows. It's a skill set he's good at. But electrocuting himself in the water. And that's got to hurt. Especially if you don't get your opponent. And Kelts kind of just hands control to Reki through his own blunder. Can't get that yellow. But it doesn't matter too much. Is going to get that frag, but is left very low. And Reki's going to clean it up with a rail. Gets himself the Mega. And Kelts gets the red, but can't do much with it because he doesn't have the weapons to defend himself. Even then, he's going to hit a lot of Godline. Reki is low. Does get the single armor on the map, but can't fight. Really just wants something. Anything. Red's about to be up. But Kelts is playing for the Mega here, and he will get the frag onto Reki. But he gets the red. But again, the kind of position where you don't have the weapons, even if you have the stat. Oh, knocking him into the teleporter! Reki gets a telefrag. Blows himself up with the rocket, but does get the yellow. He gets aggressive here, but takes the rail, and Kelts is going to finish him off with the bolter. And really, for a lot of the time when they've been spawning in, there's just been no items for them to pick up. Where this map is so small, the odds are every item is going to get picked up not long after it spawns in. And it's making it harder for them to capitalize on the damage that they hit when they die. Because if you want that LG, you can't have it, someone else has taken it. If you want that armor, you can't have it. It's spawned next to someone, and they've taken it. But a lot of these frags are playing out in 2 seconds. Ugh. That's booze, man. I'm sad I'm finishing it. Kelts just chasing Reki down, knowing he doesn't have the stack, knowing he doesn't have the weapons. And Reki doesn't even really have time to react to it. And here, 15 frag lead for Kelts. Similar story to GT4. Being able to bring it back. And And now, Raggy is going to kill himself with the LG, but not without hitting some damage onto Celts, and he does get the frag after. Celts does have the Mega, does have a little bit of armor. So it's going to be better for him, but not if he can't hit his shots. Celts knows what's up, knows that Reki is waiting for him. Doesn't want to take the teleporter, but it doesn't matter. Reki being above Celts means that he's going to get the frag there. Now just trying to find each other, and it's going to be Celts walking away with the frag after he hits the direct rocket. Gets himself Mega, wins the LG fight. With only 1 minute left to make 15 frags. I mean, I'll let you come to your own conclusion on that one. But suffice to say, it's difficult. But a strong showing from the both of them. Celts going to the winners' finals, to the grand finals even, with a 2-1 lead on Reki, and that's going to make this losers final Reki v Prodigy. And it's an interesting game. I would generally say Reki is favored, but I think with the map pool, especially with the fact that there's that wild card in Returner, and just with the way Prodigy's been playing this evening, I do think Prodigy has a good shot at it. It's very close. Is he in the server? Oh, it's been 3 hours. Oh my god. It's been a long time. While we're waiting, I'll take the opportunity to say, Doombringer Dig Cup on YouTube. If you do !Dig Cup in the chat, you will get a link to the YouTube channel. Join the Doombringer Discord. Doombringer is free, or the multiplayer is free, so you can play free-for-all with your friends. You can play in cups like this, all for free, if you download the Doombringer demo. Join the Doombringer Discord. We announce when we are running these cups in the Doombringer Discord. So if you would like to know before it happens, make sure you're in there, and you will get paid for it. But yeah, that's my spiel. I didn't even pull up the scoreboard, or not scoreboard, the bracket. It's been a good night tonight for Doombringer. Where's Prodigy at? Where are you, bro? You in chat? Prodigy. Prodigy! He doesn't appear to be. Prodigy! Please. Help us. Where is this guy? He's done the same thing again. Unless he's on a different server, I guess. I'm realizing that Reki left. Culture's in there. Ah, okay. They are in a Frankfurt server. Good lord. Commentating is tiring, man. I can bring up my face. Why not? I mean, I can do that anytime I want. I can do that in the middle of a game. Not that I would. Not that I would. But I could. So, I don't know. Donate to that prize pool. Exclamation mark donate. There he is. There is our man.
A vote has been called. Vote pass. Tails.
And it will be Reki with the first pick. I prefer heads. One of our 2 volatile maps is gone. So is the other. Prodigy knows what Reki is good at. Want to do new maps for fun? Does Reki know how well Prodigy knows Returner? Okay, so he will say Benz. Which, historically, I think Reki has beat Prodigy on. But Returner is going to be a steep battle for Reki. Because Prodigy is so good at it already. Ben's Returner GT4.
A vote has been called.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it went to GT4. But if either of them can get the win on the other's map pick, that would be very good for them. What? I want to play Ben's A1. Oh yeah, he's not played too much of the new Ben's. Sure. What? What's his insubordination? You will play the current version. Got to give Fossil a stroke. Thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate that one.
Prepare to fight.
And here we are. First map over the losers final. And this will determine who goes to the grand finals against Celts. What? Did the game start? Throwing. It's rigged. Yeah, I've fixed the matches, guys. There we go.
3, 2, 1. Fight!
Prodigy in position to get this LG, doesn't even want to grab red first. Goes for the more aggressive play, the long route, and it pays off. Hits so much damage, but actually takes the direct rocket and dies. Reki now, though, with no stack. Prodigy has the red. Reki does at least have a green to his name. But it's going to have to be very careful here. So is Prodigy, though. Not really stacked too well. He is going to get the frag, and it's going to go back to 0-0. Red is up soon, and Reki is closer to it. He's not even going to bother fighting. Unless he does. And it's not a good fight for Reki. He doesn't have as much stack. And it's going to be Prodigy winning that, holding him down with the LG. Gets himself the red. This is a bad position for Reki to be in. But if there is any map to be in a bad position, it might be this one. You can slow it down a lot. You can wait for a better opening. You don't have to die just because your stack is not good, just because you don't have those weapons. Because you have all these options positioning-wise, because you have all these doorways to spam through, because there's no rail, you get a lot of control over the fights that you have. It's not going to matter too much here. Prodigy dropping down, LGing Reki. He goes for the LG cells. He's going to get the tiny box. And Reki is not in too good of a position. This being the slowest map in the pool, one of the slowest maps in general, potentially. Prodigy here could run away with the lead. He might not even need to get another frag for the rest of the match if he wishes for that, but he's going to go for it anyways. Wants to make it better, wants to make it harder to get back in, and seize the opportunity. Denying the LG from Reki. Reki hits the direct into the super shotgun, and that's going to finish off Prodigy. And now Reki is in control. Getting some good damage, but takes some himself. Red is up soon, and Reki is not in a position to deny it. But he's going to go for it anyways. Goes close to the staircase. Prodigy by the teleporter. He's going to try and bait Prodigy into pushing him by feigning leaving. It's going to work. He does get the frag. Now, only 3 frags from Prodigy. Prodigy does get the red here. And hits a lot of damage onto Reki there, but does not have the stack. Suddenly, it's only 1 frag between them. And actually, this is relatively fast for a game on the bends. The two of them not really playing as defensively as they're capable of, seeing that they're both very aggressive, seeing that they want those fights, seeing that they can hit all that damage. But it's going to be Reki with a much better stack here. There's going to be an LG fight, and Reki's going to take a fair amount of damage from being on the Mega. Now 100, 100. Make that 100, 150. Hitting some damage on Prodigy. Hitting the direct too. He does get himself the Mega. And Prodigy is in a bad position here. No stack. It does have a few weapons, but you get punished hard for having no stack on this map if you go into a fight. He's going to hit a defensive rocket there. Not going to be able to get himself red, most likely. Reki doing the aggressive rocket jump catches him out on the Mega, rather than just going for the red. And perhaps had Prodigy played this differently, he could have ended up with the red, actually. But he might still do so anyways, going up the stairs to it. He's going to take a defensive position, wants to poke Reki a little bit with the LG, just prevent him from pushing in. And the Gotlog spam through the doorway is going to be in service of that further, but it's not going to quite work out. But just barely getting the frag, 6 health left. He hits the LG onto Reki off the spawn. Just can't quite clean it up, and now Reki needs more help. Prodigy gets himself the LG. He's able to interrupt Reki on the Mega, and Reki just did not have enough stack to survive that push. And now Reki spawning in, Prodigy hears him, goes for the push, loses him for a moment, but catches back up. He does hit a direct rocket onto Reki, who decides he does not want to go for the Mega, or for the red, just too risky, but gets finished off anyways by the 50. And Prodigy bringing it back, 2 frags behind. Getting pushed into the lava isn't good, and that's going to kill Prodigy. Of course, that lava being such a dangerous position, but none of the fights on this map really have been with full stack for either player. They've all been very scrappy. They've all been where they've taken a lot of damage. And they've got out, but only barely. And it's made the frags swing back and forth. And Reki can't get a hold of the LG. Prodigy twigging that he doesn't have it, denying it. Denying the yellow as well. Doesn't have as much health as Reki, but has much, much more armor. He's in position for this red. Nice rocket! And Reki's gonna push in anyways. Hits the damage. And Prodigy, only on 36 health, just about gets that frag. Gets himself the red. And it's close. Reki just hiding. Very scared of Prodigy right now. He does secure himself the Mega. Finds LG, and that's very important. LG just being such a good weapon on this map, being that you can dictate so much about the way that fights play out with it. Being that there's no rail, it's the best long-range option that you have for a target who is moving. Who is not going through a bullet into your crosshair. 1 health, he's not going to get that rocket quite, but very close for the 2 of them. Misses that one as well! Prodigy only very slightly in a better position, but getting the red is going to be quite good for him. Reki with the Mega, even better though. And he manages to catch Prodigy out on the lower yellow. Ties it up. Gets himself a green. Really not much stack to work with still. And he's doing a rocket jump anyways. Jumps towards red. Takes a lot of damage. And they're both going to frag each other, but it's going to be Prodigy getting the spawn on the red. Reki by the Mega. Does not have the stack to survive that. Prodigy earns himself a Mega. So close between these two. Prodigy misses out on the red. Reki has the LG. Most important weapon on the map. Needs a rocket launcher. And then defensively will probably be set.
1 minute.
Not going to pick it up. Just booking it for Prodigy. Hitting so much damage, picking up the health, but just not enough. And Prodigy, only 36 health. Very, very weak here. Gets himself 2 25 bubbles. That's going to do him a bit better. He does take some bolter shots, and they're both going to kill each other. Prodigy with the spawn on the Mega. Reki chasing after him, but really doesn't have much stack. Dies to a direct rocket there. And if Reki loses this map, it's bad news for him, because he's not going to know Returner as well as Prodigy does. Going in with the shotgun, hitting some damage, but really not that much. And Prodigy's not even going to be that bothered by it, but Reki, with a fortunate spawn, falls directly in front of Prodigy, gets that frag. First round goes to Prodigy. But close. Prodigy just about getting away with that lead.
A vote has been called. Vote hard.
And we go to Returner, and this is bad news for Reki. He does not know this map as well, to my knowledge. In fact, I don't know if he's played it in this tournament. He might not have.
Prepare to fight.
But they're just going to get right into it. Reki on the yellow. Prodigy on the Mega.
3, 2.
Both of them could get rail. Prodigy's just going to let him have it. Doesn't mind too much. But doesn't go for the red. And now Prodigy has such a good stack. He has to be careful, but getting that railgun is going to be a big plus for him. Because now there's so many positions that Reki can hit damage that Prodigy can't. But Prodigy hitting a lot of damage anyways, and he gets that first frag, and that was always going to be a difficult fight for Reki, being that he did not get those items. He does hit a lot on the Prodigy, but not enough, and Prodigy cleans him up with the rocket. But Reki hitting the direct gets Mega. Prodigy just got rail, but it doesn't even matter. Now neither of them can have it.
You're tied for the lead.
Prodigy. Open to get rail. Reki gets the red. I don't think knows quite where the rail is yet, and how important it is on this map. Prodigy is going to get his hands on it, pushes in with the LG, tries to combo that into a rail, it doesn't work out, and just with the Gotlung, Prodigy from the high ground is going to get shredded.
You have lost the lead.
It's tied up. The direct from Reki is good, but not good enough. 33 health on Prodigy, and he's going to get that red. Does take some rails, and doesn't have the ability to return that damage. And now Prodigy, utilizing the power of the rail. There's 2 more shots left. Doesn't want Prodigy to have it. So he's going to keep an eye on the rail spawn. Even if Prodigy's stack is much better, even if he has more health, even if he has more weapons, still does not have that rail, and that's going to make his life much harder. He is finally going to get it. They're going to jump over each other, they're just going to leapfrog. And Prodigy going in aggressively with the Gotlung here. Shooting a rail, but it doesn't quite kill, and he spends a lot of time trying to switch weapons. Red for Prodigy, but that LG is going to finish him off. Reki is still weak, though. Prodigy netting himself a yellow. He does have some stack to work with. They both know red is up. They both want to do something about it.
You're tied for the lead.
But the air nade from Prodigy wins him the red. Or from Reki wins him the red even. Prodigy hitting a fun gun shot in, but it's not going to do much. Drops down through the banana, and Reki is back in the lead. Has himself a rail. Wants to take advantage of it where he can. Gets himself the Mega. And Prodigy with no stack can't get too much done. And Reki very confidently just chewing through his rail ammo. Taking many shots, only has 2 left. Gonna have to make them count, especially after taking all that damage. And neither of these players have really been able to get too good of a stack in this game. They've been constantly at each other. And Reki, through the grate, can't get a shot in. Now Prodigy with the Mega back in control. Gets himself the yellow. Reki finds himself a green. And they're both very low, but it's going to be Prodigy walking away with the frag. Neither of them get the red, but the air shot from Reki is going to stop Prodigy from pushing at him. But Reki with not much health to spare does deny the red, which is going to... Oh, the nade from the distance! Oh my god! Just bouncing right back into Prodigy, saving Reki in his time of need. But Prodigy now gets the Mega. All these nades, my god!
You're tied for the lead.
Why did... What? Why did Reki... why did Prodigy have his melee out? Now Reki with the weapon advantage. Prodigy is so low. It's a bad rail to miss, especially on this map. He does make it work with the direct. One health for Reki here. Just sticking in the fight for too long. He does manage to fall onto that 50, but if Prodigy had predicted that he would go past him in that direction, could have hit that shot. He will slam into him, bounce him into the air, and get the rail shot. But now Reki with no rails, being in a position where it would be useful, and not having it, once again, just having to flee and shoot a bunch of grenades. And Prodigy with more rails hits his shots. And again, the rail is just so important on this map, and the lack of ammo makes it so difficult to fully utilize to its highest capacity. So you really have to be careful with how you use the shots. And we see that with Reki not having enough to get Prodigy. But still in the lead, only by 3 frags, but it's still a lead. And getting himself the red. Prodigy now has some stack, can take some damage, and he is going to get an amount of LG there. Reki is now super low. Prodigy wants to do something with this, but his stack is low as well. He does get himself the Mega, but Reki now getting the rail, getting some ammo for it, going to be a bit more able to put out that damage. Oh, and Prodigy messing up the rocket jump, but it's not going to matter because he hits the float. Intercepting Reki in this doorway. Reki doesn't have many other options, just starts punching.
You're tied for the lead.
And yeah, tying it up in that little doorway. It's going to leave Prodigy quite low. He does get the Mega, but takes a rail there. Retaliates with one of his own. And now Reki, low on health, but runs straight for Prodigy. Surprises him from underneath. And gets the frag, gets the red. Tying back the lead, then taking it. Mind you, it's a very shaky lead for Reki, as we see him dying there. Prodigy possibly could have gone for the yellow, but Reki coming in just too soon. It's still up, mind you. So is Mega, so is Red. Everything is up now. So it could be that Prodigy finds himself some items. Finds himself the ability to repush. But it's going to be Reki getting himself the Mega. Finishes him off with the Gotlong. And Reki is getting a lot of mileage out of that Gotlong, actually. Oh, nice read there with the rocket. Just flashing the one wall through the doorway. It's going to leave him quite low, that fight there. And now, in a position, Reki here, where he doesn't want a fight at all. Prodigy's going to clock him on Mega, and nice air splash rocket. Reki is going to be able to get Prodigy there. And now, running away with the lead, only a minute and a half left. 7 frags, definitely doable. But it's going to take some fighting. Make that 8 frags, and that's going to be even more time that Prodigy has to spend building his stack. Let's see what Prodigy can do. Losing out on the yellow here. Not up yet, that Mega. And he's taking a lot of damage here. He's going to end with Reki LGing him. And the more he dies, the further this gets. Hitting some rockets here, but not quite enough. Doesn't get the damage he needs. And Reki finishes him off with the LG. And in a weird turn of events, they've both beat each other on their picks. Which means that it's going to go to GT4. Very entertaining map, mind you. This set has been so wonderful to watch. Possibly the best so far in the evening. Just some very clean Doombringer from the both of them. Well, it's been a bit scrappy, but it's been very close. Even if the games themselves haven't been close, necessarily. You know, where one has been able to beat the other, they've responded. They've said, look, you got me here, I will bring it back in the next fight, in the next pickup, in the next match. It's going to be 1-all. As we go to this last map on GT4.
Vote passed.
And the winner of this map will be the person who plays against Celts in the grand final.
Prepare to fight.
And here we go. The last map
3.
in the losers final to determine who goes to the grand finals.
Fight.
Prodigy gets the shotgun, gets the red armor, going for the middle yellow here. And he's going to be the one with the better stack. But Reki with the LG has a bit more ability to keep Prodigy at bay, but not if Prodigy's going to be hitting rockets like that. Reki now is extremely low, does not want to fight.
Taken.
And it's going to be the first frag going to Prodigy. Nice rail. And he plays super aggressively on this middle yellow. Catching Reki out on the jump pad. That infamous spawn. One of the weakest positions in all of Doombringer, really. Reki's gonna hit a few rails on Prodigy. But it's not gonna matter too much. Prodigy having the stack to take all of that. Getting himself the middle yellow. Now Reki caught out on the jump pad once again. And this is a bad start for Reki. 0 to 7, not a good scoreline. But only 1 minute in. This doesn't have to be the future of the game. Prodigy without the ammo to hit rails on Reki here. And Reki hitting the super shotgun, actually getting Prodigy quite low. He does lose the fight, but the progress he made can't be understated. And he's going to clean it up with one rocket. Prodigy very low, drops down, gets finished off with the super shotgun. And Prodigy's going to get the middle yellow. And again, cleaning up with the super shotgun. And we're back to the position we were in before. You know, very, very basic GT4. Prodigy stays on the top, takes the things he can get, listens for storm, pushes onto Reki. And tries to control that middle yellow. Reki, though, does have a red, gets himself rail, is equipped to play some of these longer ranged positions. Try and get some rail shots in, especially since it seems like Prodigy doesn't have any ammo for his rail still, but just getting too close for it to work out. Reki does hit a rail on Prodigy. Prodigy left on 1 health, just barely surviving that rail, but now doesn't have much health to commit to this fight with. And it's going to be Reki getting a kill onto Prodigy. That might be his first frag, or maybe he killed himself at the start. I can't quite remember. He does secure himself the Mega. They're both going to be so weak, and it's the nade that finishes off Prodigy. Prodigy does grab himself the middle yellow. Doesn't have the weapons, but is en route to the LG. Not going to be too good for Reki. He tries to float with the Gotland, but I don't think I've seen such a thing before. And now Prodigy taking pot shots with the SSG. So low, but just barely able to clean up that frag. Reki does go for the punch, but it's not going to work. He does get the upper yellow. Does get chipped out with the rail. Not going to be enough for a frag, and Reki is going to be quite low. But he gets out alive. Drops down. In a pretty poor position to be attacking from. And now suddenly Reki getting chased out to the lower area. Does get the top yellow. In position for the Mega, but is going to struggle to defend it. So he's not going to bother. He commits very far forward though. And Prodigy, good lord, that rocket jump. Into the frag. Reki is going to get the middle, or the Mega, even. And wants to do his best to keep Prodigy from pushing him, but without rockets it's going to be very difficult. Does try and hit a nade. Does deal a lot of damage to Prodigy. And he does get the middle yellow. So Prodigy's not going to be so powerful. But in an attempt to capitalize even on that, Reki goes down again. And after these close games, Prodigy is now playing so well on GT4. It is probably his best map. Reki finally gets the kill onto Prodigy. And Prodigy returning that. Takes 50 damage. Gets the middle yellow. But just slightly whiffing that shot. It's going to make it much harder for Prodigy to do much. He doesn't get much damage with that rocket and gets finished off with the super shotgun. Gets finished off a second time. A third time. Well, he got killed with the rocket, but... And 2 failed rocket jumps from Prodigy is going to mean that he gets LG down. Reki, realizing what's going on, goes straight for the middle yellow. But those rails from Prodigy... Reki not quite able to hit his shotgun, but he does hit his rockets. Very low now. Does not want to be seen, but does want the red. Does want to kill Prodigy. Prodigy with the super shotgun is going to be able to finish him off. No armor to his name. He does get an LG. Finally gets the yellow. Whips the shot, but hits the second one. Prodigy will bring Reki down once again. He's really running away with the lead here. And I think really you can see Prodigy's confidence with GT4. He's taking these fights, he's not hesitating. If he dies, he dies. He knows that he will be able to make the difference back. Just playing the map so well. But now is getting rocked around a bit. Prodigy is getting some kills in. Not unexpected for GT4. You do get these stretches where you die once, and it means that you just get snowballed. And Prodigy has built himself up enough of a lead in advance for it not to matter quite as much. Taking a rail there, taking 2 rails there, he's going to go down again. And now Reki in position for this mega spawn. He does see him in that spawn. Tried to hide, couldn't make it work. But Prodigy coming in with the super shotgun, stealing the middle yellow, and he's going to clean up the frag. And that is really strange how that worked out for him. But it did. Reki doesn't have the LG to punish that jump pad, and now Prodigy has it instead. Unless he doesn't, I guess. I didn't expect that. Like, centimeters away from dying to that rocket. And he's getting bounced around a lot. Really can't afford to stay. He manages to fake Prodigy out. Hits him with the nade while Prodigy's rushing too much. And Reki now is actually starting to bring it back. 2.5 minutes, 15 frags seems like a big ask, but it also seems like one that maybe Reki might be able to answer. Going for these nades, he's going to get the bounce nade onto Prodigy. Prodigy does get a sneaky rail in there. And Reki really, really wants that middle yellow, but doesn't want the damage. So low, gets himself the 50. Prodigy missing that rail, that's a bad rail to miss. He's gonna get cleaned up. Goes in, tries to get that super shotgun, but he's gonna take so much damage from the LG. But Prodigy, out of ammo, has to finish him off by beating him to death. But the direct rocket from Reki is going to finish him off. Prodigy hitting one rail, not hitting the next, but leaving Reki quite low. Reki now can't really do a whole lot. He's going to go through the telly. He's going to clean up 11 frags, 12 frags between the two. It's a steep hill to climb. The vertical nade, Reki gets that, I guess. A 2... What?! Okay. So Reki gets the kill. Jesus. And, yeah, it's kind of impossible for Reki to win this, but... Good lord. That was quite interesting. But very well played to the both of them. Prodigy, just his knowledge of GT4, just bringing him slightly forwards. And it will be Prodigy going into Grands against Celts. Well played to the both of you. And Reki will be walking away with 20% of the prize pool. Then we bring up the... And that means our grand finals will be Prodigy versus Celts. Prodigy forfeited. Wait, what? You make a better matchup. What? Okay, never mind. I guess grand finals is Reki versus Celts. I guess. Okay. And Celts will be in. Prodigy. I think you should have played that. First, like, you're losing now at like 10% of the money, however many euros that is. I guess it's 17 euros. Map advantage is evil. Else. That's my opinion. It makes no sense. I don't like it. GT4, fuck this. Benz. I'm poor, I know. So first game Benz, second game Returner. Reki perhaps feeling quite a bit better about his chances after that game against Prodigy. As a treat if I win a map. What's the final map?
A vote has been called.
Set? I don't know. But the first map will be Ben's, much slower, and Celts, Celts probably knows the Ben's the best out of everyone, I would say.
Prepare to fight.
So if Reki doesn't know what he's doing, this is a map where it's especially easy to punish people for not knowing.
2, 1. Fight.
But Reki is immediately going to get the super shotgun, gets the red. Getting pushed through the doorway by Celts, but Celts doesn't have as much stack. He uses up all his LG ammo, and suddenly not going to be able to capitalize on that frag. It's going to be Reki in the better position stack-wise. He does get more LG ammo. No way. That was nuts. So it's going to be Celts getting the first frag, being in the lead here. And now Reki will want to slow this map down, and it's going to be easier because of Celts' not amazing stack. But just peeking out long enough to take a lot of LG damage. It's going to leave Reki quite low. Going to give Celts access to this Mega. It's going to push in the wrong place again. Secures himself the red. And Celts is a bit comfier here. Reki guarding that LG box, knowing the power of the LG on this map, knowing that they both have LG. And the float's going to come out! Celts running out of LG ammo, he can't do much! It's going to hit some shotgun, but it's not going to do a lot. It is going to net him the frag, but that float there looked quite scary. And Celts getting caught out in the red. Reki not quite having enough ammo to finish him off. And he gets finished with the super shotgun. But Celts doesn't have much stack at all. Does not want to fight. He's just going to take those bubbles. Just going to stay out of the way. Root himself over to that 50. Still not amazing stack, even with all that health. But he's going to find himself the yellow. 100, 125. It's not something to stop at. And he will win a little fight there. Things are becoming much slower now. Reki, perhaps feeling like he doesn't have a whole lot of options. Going up the stairway, wants to fight. Even though he doesn't have much stack, playing so aggressively, and Celts is going to easily clean him up. Nice rocket from Reki there, but it's not going to mean too much. Just not having the stack to support that fight, and really Reki needs to slow down with this. He keeps taking fights that he doesn't have enough stack to win, and it's making him need to build his stack up more and more. Celts catching him off guard, and he's gonna get another frag. Now Celts is just prowling, knows that Reki doesn't have much stack. The Mega is gonna help, but he's gonna get pushed into the lava with the LG. And this is bad for Reki. Even if he starts fragging Celts, which he needs the stack for, Celts can play this slow for a long time and make Reki's life very difficult. The grenade is gonna help though. Knocks him off. Does get a super shotgun shot in. Doesn't want to stick in the fight for too long. Knows that Celts has more stack. Knows that he could kill him. And Reki's gonna get a hold of the Mega. Gets himself the yellow. Doesn't have as much stack as Celts, but has enough to get roughed about a bit. He's going to survive the fight there. And manages to push Celts away with the LG. Only 125. It's not much, but it's something. And the super shotgun is going to put a dent in his armor, nearly getting that frag. But Celts just slightly too healthy for Reki. Reki gets his first frag though, with the Gotlung, capitalizing on how weak Celts is after that fight. Celts are going to get himself red. Reki gets Mega. And Celts with the LG here is in the much more fortunate position, can bully from a long distance. And can use that knockback to just wreck any attempt Reki makes at pushing. Laying at the top of those stairs, very nice. A lot of LG fights on this map made much easier by the fact that you can stand at the top of a flight of stairs. But Reki with the surprise super shotgun is actually going to hit a fair amount of damage on Celts, and now Celts is much weaker. Granted, still not really fraggable, but it's enough to be noteworthy. He's going to get the Mega, but not much armor at all. Reki's going to try and take advantage of that, but just doesn't have the weapons for it. Tries to get him with the nades. He can't manage it. Stuck on the low ground here. And now he's chasing after Celts with the super shotgun. They're both going to go at it, but it's going to be Celts taking them from the frag. Having that much stack, even with the first shot going in, still had more health for the actual fight. Surprise super shotgun from Reki, followed up by an LG pin against the ceiling, and it's going to get Celts, and that's going to be Reki's second frag. Celts getting the red here, but not having any weapons to work with. It doesn't matter. Reki too low to capitalize on that. And Celts is going to get him with the bolter. And Reki's just going to forfeit quite early into the match. Sees the writing on the wall. Sees that this is not his map. And he's just going to want to bring it to returner. Now Celts has...
A vote has been called.
Oh yeah, this is a super dark version of the map.
Vote passed.
There we go. This version is so fucking bright. I need to make this darker.
Three, 2, 1, fight!
Now Celts on the red, Reki with the Mega. Neither of them have a yellow. So it's a matter of who takes first. But it's going to be Reki getting this first frag. Celts, though, gets the rail, which is going to be perhaps a bigger advantage than winning that first fight this early into the game. Giving him so many more options. But it's not going to matter. Reki, balls to the walls, just running at Celts. Does net him a frag, but Celts with the rocket reading him. Knowing that he's coming. Reki does not want Celts to have that Mega, but he doesn't have a lot of stack for that fight. Does get himself the Mega. Spamming through the bars on red. Just wants to block that doorway. And he is going to be fragged with Celts' rocket, but not without dealing some damage. Reki finishing that off with the rail. Goes for the red, but gets caught out by Celts. Just wants to hit a grenade, but he can't. Now Celts with the lower yellow in time for this Mega. You can get around this map so quickly. Denying the 50, which could have been quite useful for Reki. He does hit the rocket, does hit the rail, and now Celts low on ammo with his rockets. And he can't get the damage in. Dies in that fight. Now Reki with the yellow has the stack advantage. Celts does get himself a rail, but doesn't land a shot with it, and now doesn't have much ability to hit damage over a long range. And all that while Reki only has 35 health. Reki takes this fight very aggressively. Not much stack to go into it with, and it ends with him dying. Does go for the rockets. Goes for the Gotlung. Can't find any damage. Meanwhile, Celts dancing around him, hitting a lot. Reki does get the lower yellow, but just not enough to protect him. Celts, fairly low though. Does get himself the green and the red.
You're tied for the lead.
And Reki sitting in Celts' crosshair, taking a lot of damage. And the moment that Celts gets the rail, he's using it to slam Reki with damage. Which really is the best way to play this map. Especially on an even lead like this. You want to abuse what your opponent doesn't have. And the drop down is going to take Reki off guard. It's going to net Celts another frag. Cleaning up with the fun gun. There's so much shotgun ammo on this map that sometimes you can kind of use it like a short-range railgun. Just instant hit-scan damage to finish things off. It's not a lot, but it can work. And Reki with the sneaky rails! Again, taking advantage of... How much rail ammo does Celts have? I don't remember. He has 4, so he has enough to retaliate. But, again, the power of that railgun. Celts trapping this yellow, but doesn't manage to get the damage. Reki with the Gotlung is going to finish him off. And just barely missing the red. The Mega's up. Celts gets the Mega. Reki gets the red. And they're going to have similar stacks. Celts slightly better off. Jumping through the bars, he does get the frag. And this is a moderate lead for Celts. On a map as fast as this, it's not too much, but it's enough to be noteworthy. And he's going to get himself the red. Just now searching for Reki, denies the rail, hears that he's on the other side of the map, and he's going to book it. And Celts is quite firmly in control here. Reki just has to stick to the lower portion of this map. Can't really go anywhere. And now he's stuck. Cleaned up with the fun gun. And again, it's a nice way to deal hit scan damage without losing your rail ammo. Just because of how little there is on this map. Celts gets a lot of mileage out of that fun gun, actually. He seems to have taken quite a liking to it, actually. Finally, that rail comes out. And yeah, this is going even further in Celts' favor. Jesus. Now it's just frag after frag for Celts. Not even bothering to deny the rail anymore. Reki's gonna get a hold of it. No stack, he does hit the rail, takes one himself. And the stray rocket is gonna be what finishes him. Now in a bad position, but if he can get a direct hit, Reki can potentially work his way towards something, but he won't be able to. Hits the rail. Hits 2 rails. Hits 3. Celts goes for the mega, but his stack is not quite as great as it was before, and that direct rocket is going to make it even more difficult for him. Now Reki, still dying, but is hitting damage and working towards making Celts weak enough for him to push. He's almost there. Wants to be in position for this red if he has any hope of finishing Celts off. But Celts is going to get the rail frag. Goes for the red. Reki's going to get it instead, and he's going to get the mega as well. Never mind, no he's not. Celts gets it. Celts has not many rockets, not many rails. Does have enough LG to spare though. He's using the... He definitely seems to like that shotgun. I don't think he needed to take that fight with the shotgun. I think he would have done just fine. But now, taking that direct rocket and a bit of LG, Celts is going to get mega, but still not a huge amount of stack. And Reki might be able to do something about this. Just barely missing that rocket by going through the teleporter. And he's hitting rail after rail, but he's going to peek too far, give Celts enough room, and Celts is going to finish him off. Does hit the rocket through the bars. Nice, and that little volley of direct is going to get him a frag. Reki does kill himself. Gets the rail. Gonna go back round to the mega, which is about to spawn in. Oh, he's lagging. Get himself the mega. Now he needs to find Celts right now. That's a huge lead for Celts. Gonna hit a rocket and a nice rail, but not being able to finish that fight. That might be the frag that caused the match. Reki getting in with the fun gun, finishing Celts off. And yeah, just not enough health for a fight that blows himself up. And yeah, Celts knows he's winning this. He can just stall. Even though this map is so small and there's so many sightlines, if you can deny the rail, if you can deny the gut lung, if you can just play smart positions, it's very difficult to get those frags. And he doesn't need to worry too much about dying, so long as he's, you know... I mean, I think it's mathematically impossible at this point anyways, but... Very strong showing from Celts after losing on this map against Prodigy. He's learned quite quickly. And it means that Celts is going to go 2-1 in this series. And need one more to win the tournament. And this third game will be... I forget what the third map is. Is it Toxicity? I feel like that's a very Celts and Reki pick. Is Toxicity. Yes! Yes, it is! And they're just gonna get right into it immediately.
Three, two, one.
Oh, that countdown was weird. Celts getting the yellow, getting the mega. Not quite in time for the other yellow, but that direct is going to make it as if Reki never got it to begin with. And Reki is going for these rails very aggressively, and it's going to end on him dead. He's going to clean up Celts with those rails. Tries to find a shot on him through the telly. Can't find it. Celts gets the red, but takes a lot of damage in the toxic water. Takes a lot of damage from the algae. Takes a lot of damage from the rail, but leaves Reki low enough to clean up that frag, win himself the mega. Doesn't have any other armor, but nothing else is up, so it doesn't matter. Reki, 1 yellow to his name. Not a lot that he can do right now. Just like Celts, if he pushes for damage, he might get it, but he's so low that it could kill him otherwise. And yeah, Reki's going to be much weaker here than Celts is. Even though Celts took more damage, he's going to leave Celts very low though. Only 60 health to his name. 10 armor. Red is about to spawn. But Reki, knowing how low Celts is, pushes in. Nearly gets him with the grenade. Celts with the direct into the rail. Only 2 health, but he manages to make it work. Kills himself with the bolter jump. Dies to a direct. And now Reki gets a yellow, gets a mega. Waits for Celts to come through, but Celts is in position for the yellow. Gonna get that instead. Has the LG, goes through the teleporter and manages to hit some damage onto Reki. Both in a very equal position, but Celts now, having the rail, going to be a bit more able to put out that damage over long range. Can't get the red, and Celts is quite low stack-wise, but he does have the advantage of being able to take those long-range positions, being able to play a bit more out of control, being able to play a bit more in the distance. And he will clean up that frag on Reki. Reki, though, immediately spawning, hitting some damage onto Celts. He gets him with a grenade, wins himself the red. Not much armor to go around, doesn't have a rail. Just barely gets out of that alive. They're both going to be so low, but it's going to be Reki getting Celts there. Celts finishes off Reki on the red there. Gets him on the 50. Oh, and that rail. That was nasty. Now Reki in a bad position. Can't really do much, but does manage to flee. Celts just chasing him down really hard. But Reki manages to get the trap on the Mega Spawn. Hits some LG, and now it's Celts on the back foot. Does hit the rail. Doesn't want to lose. Doesn't want to let his lead slip. It's been so close so far. If he dies now, Reki might just claw it back. He's gonna get Reki with the LG. Misses that rail. He doesn't have any slugs now. He doesn't want to enter the sight line, knowing that Reki has got another rail. Doesn't pick up the rail box, but he doesn't feel like he needs it. Gonna hit so much damage on Reki on the red. And now Celts is starting to run off with the lead. And this is bad for Reki. His tournament life is on the line. If he wins this, he gains 20% of the prize pool. Or, well, he doesn't immediately, but he can work his way towards it. He's gonna hit some LG on Celts, but Celts just barely getting out. Falls in the drink, and he's gonna get railed. And Reki finishing him off on the upper yellow. Again, floating him slightly. Celts does get the mega, gets the lower yellow, He's stacked nicely compared to Reki's. And yeah, that was a bad fight for Reki to take. Of course, he did hit the rail, but he died for it. And it's not there's not a good time to die. Kelt's backing out, gets the direct rocket. And is looking strong. Tries to get Reki with the rocket on the LG, but it doesn't quite work out. And Reki, now knowing where Kelt is, pushes onto him, gets him on the red. Mega is up, and it's going to be Kelt's getting it. But he's not going to hit damage for a moment there. And that's going to whittle away a lot of his stack. Reki doesn't know that he just got Mega. They both want to be in position for this red, but they're both very wary of each other. Kelt's instead going for the yellow. Hitting a lot of damage, but Reki with the rail means that he's going to be able to hit a bit more. Jumps to deny the 50. And Kelt's gets himself another yellow. Reki wants to be in position for this Mega, but it's going to be Kelt's getting it. Can't get through the doorway from the LG damage. And now this is really bad for Reki, and he's going to go into the... Okay, he gets a discharge frag, I guess. Well played from Reki there. Drops down onto him with the rail. And now Reki only 4 frags away, closing the gap. And that discharge frag may actually pay out quite handsomely. Does take a direct through the teleporter. It's not going to be good for him. But he does still have more stack than Kelt's. Kelt's gets the Mega, but Reki gets the upper armor in a better position to be contesting this red spawn here. He's going to go for it, and Kelt's is not going to be in time. He's not even going to bother. Takes a rocket there, but hits a rail in return. And Reki here has the better stack, but that's a bad rail to miss! And now Reki going for the upper yellow. Mega up in a moment, but Kelt's with not much stack, he's not going to be able to get it. The Mega goes to Reki. And Kelt is going to get caught out on this red. Does hit a lot of damage with his Gotlung, but just not enough. Reki, though, at 100 armor. Not a position you want to be in. Especially not on a map like this, where access to a rocket launcher is so easy. Going to deny the LG, hit the rail on Kelt's, but Kelt's is finally going to get another frag. But gets knocked into the Toxic with that grenade. He does find himself an LG and a grenade launcher. And he gets 2 of these items. Manages to push Reki out, doesn't quite get the frag, but he is still stacked much, much better. And being in this position with this yellow is going to be quite good for him. Now extending his lead. Reki has not much to do other than spam grenades, but Kelt's without a rocket, without the LG damage, he can't really capitalize on Reki's bad position there. Does eventually loop back around, does get him. And Kelt's does not want to fight, given how low his stack is. It's not going to matter though. Reki forcing it. And getting the long-range Gotlung kill. Definitely an underrated threat in this game is just cross-map Gotlung spam. One of those things hits you, it's 25 damage. And especially if you're quite weak, you have to be so careful. And Reki just wants to chase super hard. Kelt's does get the red, but takes a lot of damage for it. 63, 12, not an amazing stack. And that grenade from Reki is going to leave Kelt's quite low. And 1 minute left, and Reki can bring this back. This is like a very close difference in frags going into the last minute. And Reki can get back into the game, but he's gonna have to be careful. He's gonna have to not die, and he's still going to have to play quite quickly. And Kelt's knowing that he's gonna slam the brakes. He's not really gonna go for damage. Not really gonna go for any fights. He's just gonna run away. Perhaps for the first time in a while, scared of losing his lead, but he is going to get the frag, and now he's going to be a bit more confident. Knows that he can bully Reki with his lack of stack. Gets another frag. messes up the the Gotlong jump. And Celts is going to be the winner of the Doombringer Dig Cup number 12 after a well-fought tournament life, but not stepping on directly over Reki, or I don't know what kind of expression I can use for that. He did get the discharge kill. Am I here? I'm here, I think. So after a very impressive performance from the both of them, it will go. Oh, yep, I'm visible. We'll go to Celts. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me bring up the bracket. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Really is just such a treat to be able to run this community, to be able to get these games going, and to watch such talented players play against each other. And we got to see some new faces, we got to see some old faces, and a lot of hard-fought games. So, thank you for watching. Congratulations to Celts for... Oh, fuck, I forgot to update the bracket. Congratulations to Celts. You deserve that win. You are nuts at Doombringer. And well done to everyone else who put all that energy into the game. Yeah. Okay, next Dig Cup. The next actual cup will probably be FFA, I'm not sure. That will get worked out. But, I will see about other dual stuff I can put on. Thank you so much for watching. And this has been the Doombringer Dig Cup. Goodbye.